Are we on? We'll be starting the public portion meeting in 42 seconds. Good morning. It is 9:30. We'll come to order. We will start the public participation portion of this meeting. We invite those of you who have filled a card out and would like to speak to us on anything that's on your mind to please do so. With that being said, I've asked the photographer that wanted to take some pictures to come over now. We have no one wanting to speak, but we would like to have a picture of all of you who are guests and being here today to share with us. Take a picture. That portion of the meeting is closed. We will resume the council meeting at 10 o'clock. It's all yours, photo. Are we on? Good morning. We will be calling the meeting to order in 1 minute. So I know it's an exciting day for a lot of us and a special day. So if we can kind of get settled, we will start the meeting at exactly 10 o'clock. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you at 10. It is 10 o'clock, and we will call the August 7th meeting of the Volusia County Council to order. And at this time, I will ask Pastor Diane Langworthy of the United Church of Christ, New Smyrna Beach, to come and offer our invocation, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm asking the council if you'd stand, and those of you who will stand as well. Thank you.
Let's join our hearts in the spirit of prayer. Holy One, you know us and you love us. We thank you for the power-filled grace that makes that possible. We ask your special blessing on our council this morning so that they may wisely do your work of protecting and securing the hopes, the needs, and the rights of every single person within our county. We ask you to bless all of us here for the sacred work of listening, of speaking, and of judging with wisdom. Please continue to leave a space within our hearts and souls for joy so that your joy may bubble up and sustain us. In your name I pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Ms. Denny's?
Here.
And Mr. Kelly.
Here.
All members are present.
And we'll move to the item on the consent agenda items. Is there anyone who wishes to comment? I know the manager would like to comment on items G, H, and T. Any council member wish to comment on an item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Q and R.
Does anyone wish to pull any agenda item? Hearing that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So
Mr.
moved.
Chair, move approval of the consent agenda item.
Second.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Denny's. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Mr. Rectenwald, item G.
Yes, I'd like to have Donna Butler come up, and she'll comment on the 2 items.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. The first item is our annual action plan that's due to HUD every year, and it addresses 3 different funds: our Community Development Block Grant, our Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, and HOME. It outlines in the agenda item the city's amount that they will receive and the projects for which they are receiving their funds. It talks about our home buyer assistance program under HOME and home rehabilitation, as well as our rapid rehousing activity and administration under ESG.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about G. Actually, can we have staff maybe come back with some information on affordable housing and the things that the county has done in regards to that? Can you maybe
Absolutely.
summarize some of that?
Be happy to.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And item H.
Okay. This is a agenda item that proposes to appropriate about $1 million of NSP funds. NSP stands for Neighborhood Stabilization Program, and the original program started back when the ARA dollars were provided to the counties to improve our neighborhoods. Our program has been very successful, and we're now to the point where homeowners that purchase their homes are starting to resell them. So we will receive profits through NSP1 for second mortgages when they're repaid to us, as well as shared appreciation. In addition, under NSP3, we are in the process of building new construction and anticipate making approximately $100,000 on each of those homes as we sell them. So that would give us an additional $700,000 of income back into the program to continue the process on for affordable housing.
Okay, then item T.
T, I was going to have John Chaney come up. Just this item here is there's been a lot of discussion lately about this particular area, LPGA, and I wanted John just to describe a little bit about what this study does for us.
Good morning, Chair, County Council members. John Cheney, Volusia County Traffic Engineering. Before you is a map, and what we're wanting to do is, because of all the tremendous growth in this area that's been approved by the City of Daytona Beach and Ormond Beach, is we've been focusing and putting our money on Williamson Boulevard. Once Williamson Boulevard is widened to 4 lanes, the question that we have to ask is, which project do we do next? Do we widen LPGA Boulevard? Do we extend Timber Creek from LPGA to State Road 40? Do we extend Hand Avenue? Do we extend Den? Is there any other project that we can do that can alleviate the congestion on those east-west routes? This study is taking a lot of the modeling that was done by the Florida Department of Transportation on their recent LPGA Boulevard interchange study, and we're basically attaching to that and doing what-if scenarios. Are there any questions?
Ms. Post.
And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to comment that the county is doing everything they can in that area to address the growth that the city of Daytona Beach is bringing in. And I just wanted to reiterate that, and I thank you for your work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for partnering so much and having so many meetings, by the way. Thank you.
John is also, by working with the Department of Transportation and taking their data from the study, that saved the county a significant amount of money by structuring it that way. So my hat's off to John and the staff for knowing to be able to do that. That was
It has been wonderful to hear every time I have a meeting with Department of Transportation or St. John's Water Management about the Tomoka Bridge, or whoever it is consistently says that they're talking with other entities from the county, and that everybody's working on it from every angle. So greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Okay, Ms. Denny's item Q.
Thank you. Before
mine
Mr.
also.
Before Mr. Cheney leaves, back up to just that comment too on that previous slide. I think it's also important to look at that our planning horizon is 20 years. So we're starting the process. Any of us that have followed a transportation project through, wish it was different, but depending on, it's like the Turnbull Bay Bridge. We thought we were going to have that done in a year and a half until we found muck at the end and then had to phase it out. So then you've got environmental issues and everything else that goes along with this. So this 20-year horizon is very realistic, and that's the unfortunate piece to it, but that's the reality.
Correct.
Of where we're going with it too. So Mr. Cheney, and thank you for always being at the Flagler Volusia Transportation Planning Organization, sitting in the audience. I will tell you, Mr. Rechtenwald and Council, I just rotated off as chair of that organization, and when there were times when I wasn't really sure on an issue or where the partnering, where we were in collaboration with the cities, Mr. Cheney was in the audience. Much to his chagrin, I would pull him up to the microphone, and he's as verbal as he is today. But he was able to clarify
I
things for
prefer
us.
to do this.
Yes, you do, and you do that very well. So, Mr. Cheney, thank you. These are big projects. We thank you for it. So now we're on Q. Are you doing Q also?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is just for informational purposes. This seems like a small thing, yet it's not. You know, Volusia County was cited as one of the most dangerous counties. Just last year, we were cited as one of the most dangerous counties. So I'm partnering with the city of New Smyrna Beach, and they passed this, I believe, last month on their agenda. Partnering with the city of New Smyrna, we're going to be putting in the brand-new LED pedestrian warning blinking signs on South Atlantic down at these pedestrian crossings of 9th, 12th, 15th, 18th, and 21st. This should have been done, except what staggered us actually was a patent challenge at the federal level, because there's several of them out there, and even the TPO, we had funded, the dollars are still there, but everything came to a screeching halt because of a patent challenge. So that's one of the little idiosyncrasies that we have a good thing, we get it funded and things out of our control. So once that patent was decided and the block lifted, we were one of the first to go forward here and partner with New Smyrna and go and roll that right into the next agenda item of R. We're doing the same thing for the same reason. Did you want to take that, Mr. Lowry?
Well, yeah, I'll just make a quick comment, appreciation for that, because it's the same thing, to be able to get that done and so forth. And I know they've been, that one intersection or that one street is very busy, and that's going to help a lot. I know I live over near Garfield, and that one too, I always really slow down because some of those bicyclers, they just zip across there. And so I appreciate all the work that's being done to make the trails as safe as can be. Thank you.
Any other comment? If not, we will move to item 2. And I'm asked Joanne Magley if she will come.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and I'm pleased this morning to introduce Staff Sergeant Rod Phillips, a proud combat wounded Vietnam veteran who served with the 101st Infantry Airborne Division during the Tet Offensive in 1968. Rod was awarded the Bronze Star, Purple Heart, Air Medal, and Presidential Citations. After an honorable discharge, he served as a law enforcement officer for 38 years and received numerous awards and recognition. Rod is the Senior Vice Commander of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Volusia County, Chapter 316. He is also in his 4th term as President of the Vietnam Veterans of America, Daytona Beach Chapter 1048, and is President of the Florida Vietnam Veterans Assistance Foundation. Last year, Rod was selected by Governor Rick Scott and inducted into the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. On Memorial Day of this year, the City of Daytona Beach and State Representative Patrick Henry recognized Rod as Veteran of the Year. So today, Rod is here to accept a proclamation on behalf of the many veterans with us today, and he has a special presentation to make to the County Council.
We'll start with us recognizing you. And I'd like to read this on behalf of our council. Whereas the people of Volusia County have great admiration and the utmost gratitude for the men and women who have selflessly served their nation and this country in the U.S. Armed Forces. Whereas the Purple Heart was the first American Service Award made available to the common soldier and is specifically awarded to members of the U.S. Armed Forces who have been wounded or killed in combat with the declared enemy of the United States. Whereas the mission of the Military Order of Purple Heart is to foster an environment of goodwill and camaraderie among combat wounded veterans, promote patriotism, support necessary legislative initiatives, and more importantly, provide service to all veterans and their families. Whereas Volusia County has a large, highly decorated veteran population that includes many Purple Heart recipients, now therefore we, the County Council of Volusia County, do hereby proclaim Volusia County as a Purple Heart County and encourage citizens to show their appreciation for the sacrifices our Purple Heart recipients have made in defending for our freedom, acknowledging that their courage and show them that the honor and support that they have earned. Dated this the first day of May 2018, signed by all the council. So I'd like to present you with this.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you. And I think now, turnabout's fair play, maybe, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished members of the County Council, fellow veterans, and the many veteran service organizations represented here today, some as far away as Jacksonville, our friends and supporters, on behalf of Commander Willie Harvey and the over 100 members of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Volusia County, Chapter 316, we would like to say thank you for inviting us here today, Mr. Chair. Veterans, welcome home. Mr. Chair, today is August 7th, National Purple Heart Day. And it is out there a special day to honor the lives and sacrifices of our men and women who have paid the ultimate price for our freedoms that we have today in our country. The Purple Heart is frequently described as the oldest military award. It originally was called the Badge of Military Merit by General George Washington. The Military Order of the Purple Heart's mission is to foster an environment of goodwill and camaraderie among combat wounded veterans, promote patriotism, support necessary legislative initiatives, and most importantly, provide support and services to all of our veterans. It is estimated that 1.8 million Purple Hearts have been awarded since it was established. Some gave all gave some. The Purple Heart is one of the Military Order of the Purple Heart's signature national programs. That's the Purple Heart Trail. And it creates a symbolic of honorary systems of roadways, highways, bridges, expanding to cities and counties, monuments, and others that pay tribute to the men and women who have been awarded the Military Order of the Purple Heart Medal. The Purple Heart Trail accomplishes the honorary gold by creating a visual reminder to those who live in a free society. In remembrance of all Purple Heart recipients and families, a Purple Heart County designates Volusia County as one that recognizes those in our community who gave their lives or were wounded in combat defending our American freedoms. Florida currently has 54 cities, 24 counties, 25 today, 2 universities, several highways, and 3 other entities designated as the Purple Heart Trail in Florida. And yesterday I attended Flagler County's, actually there'll be 2 added to this 24 because we did Flagler County yesterday morning with our Purple Heart Chapter 808 up there in Flagler County. And at this time I would like for all of our veterans in the audience to please stand if they can and recognize them. Thank you. Please be seated. At this time, Mr. Chair, I have, in closing, the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Volusia County, Chapter 316, would like to again thank the council, our fellow veterans, the many veteran service organizations and supporters, everyone for being here today, and a big thank you to Mr. Ken English, who's actually donated his professional photography for taking some photographs here today. And at this time, I would like to present the Volusia County Council with a beautiful plaque from the Military Order of the Purple Heart USA, if I may.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, that is nice.
And I'll read it up here, if I may, with the microphone. The Military Order of the Purple Heart Special Recognition Award is bestowed with pride to Volusia County, Florida, for your dedication and support, honoring America's combat wounded veterans, becoming a Purple Heart County. Presented by the Patriot members of Volusia County, Chapter 316, Military Order of the Purple Heart, USA.
while you're here, I'd like to have all of you that are here today to come up. We'd like to get a photo. If all of you would come, all you veterans. Purple Hearts. Let me do this. I've got it. Thank you.
We'll eventually get a photograph with all veterans.
Yeah, but Purple Heart, right.
And please assist those that may need that. Is Ms. Dolly here? Can you, or? I can. Anybody in a purple shirt, come on up if you could.
Hold it up in front of us. Here. How about we do this?
Thank you so much.
How about this? Will this work?
Keep you straight. Oh, yeah, well, it's my wife needs your help.
Perfect. You take all the time you need. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing here.
Some people in the front so they're not so wide.
A lot of living history here.
Everybody turn sideways a little.
Maybe move up a little bit and a little closer.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you don't necessarily, looking over to the
Squeeze in, he didn't have a clue, does he? No. Yeah, yeah.
Get a few, okay.
We will allow enough time for those of you who want to take a picture to do so. So
the flag, the banner.
needs to come up.
This
Yep.
just a little bit. There you go.
I'm trying to hide Pat more than.
We're gonna have several cameras.
So, does that work?
Lower your end down, mister. There you go. There you go. Here we go. On three. Here we go. Looking at the camera on three. 1, 2, 3. You gonna do another one, please? On this camera on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold your position. X.
Okay. Go ahead. I know I'll fall down. Stay right here. Okay.
Are you drinking again, Pat?
That's good. I got mine.
I think close ranks just a little bit on the front.
That's a good word.
More closer.
Zelda, you can come up.
Anybody else?
Airborne.
We got one behind you, Jeff. Two behind you. We got one back there.
20 fire stations spread out all over the county.
Anybody else?
This one here, I'm gonna do it in
Blue
two.
shirt.
1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna do this second half. Splice you all together. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Pardon? Now get all the veterans come up and we'll. All veterans, please come and stand, fill in the ranks. Did the Purple Hearts leave? No. I thought a couple of them were leaving. Let's do that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have 2 rows now.
Any and all veterans, please come up if you'd like. Thanks, Pat.
We can make 3 rows. 3 deep.
You go 3 deep.
I know.
That's a good idea. We need some kneelers.
We're fine. I don't think he was talking.
Shows you remember.
Get out of this. Sure.
What do you need, Joanne?
She didn't make it.
Yeah, we can ask for a better kickoff.
Yeah. If you can kneel.
Get those young guys. You okay, Rick?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, yes.
Maybe I can get back up.
We got room over here. We can tighten this up a little bit.
Tighten it up.
Make everybody smile. have done. All right, we'll see the camera. Here we go on 3, 1, 2, 3. Gonna do another one on 3, 1, 2, 3.
There's one guy you can't see in the back row. Wait, behind the turquoise shirt.
There you go.
That's it. Move over there. That's good.
If you can't see the camera, it can't see you.
I don't mind.
Looking in the back of somebody's head won't be seen.
All right, here we go. On 3, 1, 2, 3. And we do one more. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Hold your position, please.
Okay, cameras fire at will.
Not too fire.
What do they call it? Taking.
There's some pretty big artillery out there.
Yeah.
Fire for effect.
Don't forget everybody up here is
How about-
trained to kill.
Can you sing it? Sing.
I gave up my talent.
Hey, Fred,
Hey,
sing I'm Proud to Be an American.
absolutely.
Go ahead, start. Sing it.
Oh, you want me to start singing now?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. Fire away.
Well, I'm
Proud
proud
to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I long to thank the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her till the day. And I want no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That's enough. Thank you.
That's too low for me.
You're welcome.
Never been asked to sing it.
You did good, you did good.
Thank you. You too. Yes. How do you want to do it? You want to have Commander Phillips come back? Now what, I want this back.
I took a picture with him.
How do you want this back? Now we also have.
Oh, thank you so much.
These go with.
Oh, I love that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll definitely treasure that. Thank you.
How you doing? Good, good, man.
We have a dad was wounded July 6th, 1940.
I don't know yet.
Absolutely. I'll tell Lauren I met his boss.
I just heard the ladies say they want to get a shot of it.
We're gonna do it. Okay.
I live in LPGA across the road, across the street from here, yes. Oh, okay.
Welcome back.
Well, it all worked out. I said it all worked out.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Joanne. Where's the actual picture? Or the plaque?
Yep.
And I purposely started at the low key so that you guys wouldn't be losing an eyeball when you got to the end, because it goes up high at the end.
I'm gonna come down there and then.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'll put that there.
How you doing, man?
Okay.
It's always tough.
Sure. However they want.
Have them hold it down in front.
Gold Star Mother. So
What I would like, if you can point, tilt the, there you go. Beautiful. The glare. Yep. All right, here we go. We got 3 cameras here. Everybody looking at the cameras. On 3, 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do another one, please. And on 3, 1, 2, 3. And hold. You need to get up here. You okay? No, I'm fine. You need to get up here. You okay? No, you want to get up
I
here?
want to get up there, but you better hold on to
I'll
me.
hold you.
I know. Okay. Woo, I made it up. All right. Ready? Okay.
No.
One more time for me. Okay. There.
We can do that.
I've got plenty, thank you.
Everybody good? We're good.
Thank you.
no, we did not.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Good. On 3, 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. And on 3, 1, 2, 3. Good, thank you. Oh, wait. You need one more? Did my hand get in?
Yeah. Thank you. And,
All right, I'll move it under there. We're good?
good. Can you send one of your big group shots and then one of these single ones to Kate when you get a chance?
Yep. So she can post it? Gotcha. Sue, can you mute?
I gotta head to
Are we on? We're going to take 6 minutes to come back to order. We'll be back here at 10:40.
It'll be on.
Taking 6 minutes. 1 minute, 1 minute. Good morning. We're back from the 6-minute recess. It is 10:40, and we will reconvene the council meeting and move to item 3. And we have Rob Earhart, who is going to give us an update.
Chairman Kelly, good morning. Members of council, good morning. Rob Earhart, Economic Development Director for the county, here to give you an update on several key metrics regarding our local economy. Our first slide comes to us courtesy of the National Association of Home Builders. Dr. Robert Dietz, their chief economist, recently made a presentation. I just wanted to stop and say thank you to the Volusia Building Industry Association and Frank Severino for continuing to bring Dr. Dietz to the community. For those of you that were not able to attend that presentation, we do have a copy. We'd be happy to send it to you if you'd like to peruse that. But again, Dr. Dietz gave us permission to share this slide. I think it's very interesting information regarding U.S. GDP, particularly in light of the commentary on last Friday's announcement about 4.1%, puts that into context. It also shows you in the out years, and again, I'll comment that as a former salesperson, I think y'all have heard me say that I've learned I'm not very good at forecasting, so I try not to do it. Dr. Dietz, as an economist, has to. But he maintains a very keen sense of humor about it when he misses the forecast, as he commented during his presentation. In any case, his forecast does show a decline in GDP. That, coupled with his expectation that interest rates will continue to rise and a potential international event, he is forecasting a soft patch in the economy in the 2020 or 2021 timeframe. He was very careful to try to stay away from the R word. Recession. So in any case, we've got that potentially to look forward to. But in the meantime, I wanted to show you how far we've come since 2010. So normally we show you this slide, employment growth by industry year over year. This version shows you industry or employment growth for each industry since 2010. So you can see there's been a significant improvement in employment, and in fact, we probably don't remember that in the second quarter of 2010, the unemployment rate was 11.8% as compared to what we're reporting in this report at 3.7%. So we've come a long way. So moving past employment figures into new construction, residential new construction building permit, you can see we've had a pretty spectacular second quarter in terms of dollar value and as well in terms of permits. I'm just going to draw a couple of lines here to show trends. So if you take the historical trend of the last 2 years or so and compare that to the trend that is developing for the last 3 quarters or so and try to project that forward, we've heard that potentially 2018 finishes out with new permits approaching 3,000. We're going to have to, as they say, get after it in the second half of the year. So the second half will have to be 50% greater than the first half. But you can see from the slope of that line that we are certainly on track to continue to grow in a pretty significant way. And there you have the details by city. This slide puts into context building permit activity for residential over a pretty significant period of time. And I appreciate that we're struggling now with growth issues. That's a nice problem to have. But at the same time, trying to keep growth in its proper context, at least as compared to the time frame that this slide represents. Again, I think it's a nice reminder. And again, thanks to Dr. Dietz for allowing us to share this slide. Not everybody in the state of Florida is experiencing this type of growth, and he made clear that not everybody in the United States is experiencing this type of growth in terms of residential permits either. So very, very informative. Moving into commercial, new construction permits, very significant performance this quarter. In fact, I'll use a word you don't hear me use very often. Spectacular would be the way I would characterize the second quarter in commercial permits. It is one of the top 5 quarters that our data shows that we've had in Volusia County. 3 of those quarters included 2 permits associated with Daytona Rising and 1 permit associated with the Proto Group project that's currently being constructed beachside. If you take those 3 permits out, this second quarter performance is, we believe, our second leading quarter for commercial new construction permits as compared to first quarter 2007. In terms of some of the actual projects, there are 21 permits that are valued, individual permit value over $1 million. Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University has a residence hall at $24.5 million. The condominium project at Daytona Beach Shores is $22 million. There's a couple of assisted living facilities, quite a few apartment complexes, and the growth is increasing throughout locations in the county. It's not all centered in just one specific area. So switching gears from permits to talk about education. This is just an update to a slide we've showed previously. Education pays. So the historical data shows that the more educational attainment you have, the higher your potential wage earning capability and the lower the potential impact of any soft patch in the economy going forward. That's a pretty traditional measure in economic development terms. And so if you allow me, I'll use this ruler as a traditional measure for Volusia County. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that by comparison to the United States, state of Florida, and select counties in the state of Florida, in terms of measuring educational attainment at the bachelor degree level and higher for Volusia County, we fall to the bottom of the stack. Okay, I don't think that's a surprise. We're well aware of that. If you, however, take a different measuring device, what I would characterize as possibly a more robust measuring device, and you look at, and my apologies to Chairman Kelly, I know you're not a particular fan of pie charts, but this is the simplest way for us to show for a 10-year period, 2016 to 2026, these are going to be the educational attainment levels needed to forecast or to fill forecasted jobs across the U.S. for that 10-year period of time. Well, you can see that only 20% or so of the jobs will require a bachelor's degree or higher. So fully 80% of the jobs will not require a bachelor's degree or higher, something less than a bachelor's degree level of educational attainment. So with that measurement, we look at Volusia County by comparison to the United States, state of Florida, same select counties, see that we fare very, very well. So this is a great metric that Team Volusia has been, and we hope that this data will help them refine their message when employers are considering coming to Volusia County and want to know about the workforce. Workforce is typically one of the top 2 or 3 subjects that Team Volusia would need to entertain in these conversations. The workforce is here. We have great, as we know, great educational partners in the community that can work with prospective companies that come here to train the existing workforce into the types of skills that would be needed for that company. That coupled with our great quality of life and our cost of living index, I'll just share with you, the Tampa Bay Times has recently been advertising quite a bit of information about the Tampa area in terms of their cost of living index. Well, our MSA is even lower than the cost of living index for Tampa. So as good as Tampa thinks they are, their measurement device suggests that we're better, and we all know that because we live here. So great combination of factors in terms of the business recruitment set of activities. It also, we believe, brings to light that local employers recognize there's a workforce here, but my observation is you're not going to be able to recruit people for job openings that you have now the way you did 5 years ago, certainly not 8 years ago when the unemployment rate was 11.8%. So we continue to encourage local employers to try to connect with local educational partners and find creative ways to meet the needs of that particular business. And we have recently some specific examples of that. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report, except to say our featured speaker tomorrow comes in for a landing, the executive airport staff. I said tomorrow, I should have said Friday. And we look forward to your support and your participation.
Thank you. One stat that really stood out to me was that when you go from 2005 to 2011, going from 7,000 approximately to 474 housing starts. So when you look at that, it may make you realize that maybe the council that made the decision not to increase impact fees during those times of where they were might have been a wise decision, because that would have certainly impacted any development that would have happened, which was minimal. I mean, you can look, and we probably have not since 2000 and what was the number? Since 2011 to now, we probably have barely constructed as many houses as there were in 5 and 6 or 4 and 5. So in those 2 years, almost as much as we've done in the years since then. So we're not in a housing boom as people would like to think. Right. Those that witnessed the what we saw in 2000, where people were driving around, taking people off of jobs, trying to get them to come build houses, offering them more money. We're not there yet. And in spite of the numbers that are being tossed around, we need to take a pause and look at exactly where we are on the housing starts, and maybe that will give us a little time to catch up and get some of the infrastructure put in place that currently exists. But Dr. Lowry?
I just wanted to ask, I wonder if we're able to communicate with, we have several universities, colleges in our county, in the area. And, seems like to me they still are, well, not stuck in the 50s, but they want everybody to get a BA or BS, and not everybody needs a BA or BS. And I'm just wondering if we're able somehow to communicate with them, because, for instance, I'm Deltona area. Chairman Patterson, or Councilman Patterson, is got a lot of rural too. We have a lot of future farmers and people like that graduate from high school. They got to go to University of Florida to get any furtherance of education, and I just don't know. And I know there's hundreds of students in DeLand High School and Deltona and Pine Ridge on our side that they need something locally that they can step into, not have to necessarily, I don't know anything against University of Florida, but it'd be nice if we had some things they could have a local choice as well. And that's not just only in the agricultural area, but I think it's also, you don't need a BS or BA to be an electrician or plumber or whatever. I'm not saying that's not a good thing, but a lot of times it's not necessary. And I'm not so sure our universities in the area kind of plugged into that. I don't know, but it seemed like they're kind of missing the boat on that. And I'm not so sure how we can communicate with them. I know we've tried to, but it would be nice if they could kind of look at things a little differently than they have been. I think it would really help.
Just one quick comment.
May I actually respond to that? And I just wanted to point out that, Fred, I know you've been very involved with a number of the college programs and things, but we do actually have the Electrical Academy in Edgewater, and we have the ATC, Daytona State College ATC in Daytona there that has, they have a welders program, we have a plumbers program, lots of technical programs that are available, and I think probably the point that you're trying to make is we need to get the message out that is actually available, because the opportunity for people in our community to take part in those programs and to have a kid, a 19-year-old kid come out and be making, really, really good money right off the bat with a cert that doesn't take more than a couple years to get, and they can actually be working while they're obtaining that cert. Is fantastic. So I think we just really need to be working more to get the message out.
Thank you. So it's interesting, I was with Rebecca Cruz from Boston Whaler last night. They're up over 1,000 employees in Edgewater. Boston Whaler, they need skilled workers, and as we have had this conversation in the years past and the years coming, I tell them, you better get your fiberglass finishers, you better start interning, because it's not if, but when that commercial aerospace industry hits, they will be recruiting all of your fiberglass finishers. So there's a huge demand for skilled labor. Boston Whaler is doing a great job down there, but the South Campus at Daytona State, Councilwoman Poster, what you're talking about, they actually are offering certificates in air conditioning and ventilation, in several things, and then there's also scholarships available that the different organizations are putting forward for not just the 18 and 19-year-olds, but for those that need to re-enter the workforce at a different skill level, and they're offering these classes in the evening. And so we're not there yet, but I agree, we really do need to strengthen that message. And Jane Pfeiffer from VMA, what is her line? We make it here, right? Well, we do. We do a really good job. And I think your indicator of how you measured performance, because you can make numbers say whatever you want, as we all know, and we hear it unfortunately represented or misrepresented, either, right? Either way, you're trying to make a point. So I think this, but what's really important with this too is the increase in the commercial piece to it. Because while the residential increases, if we don't continue the commercial increase, the taxes will be on the back of our citizens, our residents. So anybody that has said anything negative about One Daytona or anything else going beachside, that this council has committed to the infrastructure in expanding that and the commercial base and the taxes and the revenue for all of Volusia County, they need to look at tape. I'm just going to leave it there. They need to take a look at this. So this is great success, and so I'm going to pass this on. Who's in it? Pat, you're up next.
Yeah. In 2004, I was chairing the Community College and Workforce Committee in the legislature, and the speaker tasked me with getting some more programs going, especially at our community colleges. And when you look at what's going on at Daytona State, my wife, who sits on the Board of Trustees, is very excited about the programs that they're doing over there. And I've been over there and visited them. And that's something that people really need to take notice, because years ago, my father put me on a construction site and said, son, you'll either like it or go to college. I went to college. I wasn't crazy about it, but when I look at the jobs out there in construction, which they're doing, they have a program at community college on construction. You can go to the University of Florida and get a bachelor's degree in the construction industry. So it's out there. In 2004, the #1 degree in the United States was psychology. You could get a job for about $16,000 a year as a working, as a social worker. These days have changed, because we need to say to people that there's nothing wrong with having a certificate or getting your AS degree, which is something that a lot of the community colleges throughout the state are working on now, an associate's degree in various trades. And I think it's important. It's big in the north. It's really huge with the trade schools they have up there. Florida is the last state to recognize the something more than just a certificate. So we need to continue to do things like that, but I'm really proud of it. And the construction industry is nowhere near where it was in 2005. And people think that we're really overbuilding right now, but we're nowhere near where it was years ago. So it's not as great as everybody thinks it is right now. It could be a lot better. And the problem they have is getting students to go into these programs.
Closing thoughts. Dr. Dietz shared during this presentation that the average age of the construction industry worker across the U.S. is 41. And so his encouragement, I was making tick marks on my notes, No less than 4 times during his presentation did he make these points, that the employers in the construction industry, now is the time for them to take advantage of the educational assets, reach out to local high school graduates and others in their community, advocate for their industry and these careers, and try to create some energy around bringing those people in. The other observation is that we're in the process of collecting educational data for our community, and I look forward to reporting back to you on that in the future.
Just to kind of follow up on what Mr. Patterson said, in 1999 and 2000, I was one of 4 that was on the original committee, which resulted in ATC. I saw the need then when they pulled out of the public school system, they pulled out the VOTEC programs. I said we need to do something because not everyone needs a college degree. I mean, at that time, plumbers were getting $35 an hour or something. Now they're $65 or $100 an hour. And I said, we're neglecting what our needs are. It's come to bear. I dropped out after 2 years of committee meetings going nowhere, finding out the real issue was FTEs, which was the money coming to be able to have the students. Finally, they got something worked out, but the ATC is one of our most underutilized assets that we have in our community, and it was all brought about by someone, I can't say who, some movement that everyone needs a college degree, and they started in the school system at almost kindergarten telling you, what do you want to be? You want to be a doctor or a lawyer, or what do you want to be, instead of professional. I know this is dragging on, but it's pointing out that we're going to have, I mean, you can't have a ditch dug without a person yet. I know they've got robots. You can't have someone actually doing some of the repairs. You have knowledge and skills that are greater needed. I saw an article about auto technicians, a shortage of those, because it's no longer just putting a spark plug in, which they don't even really change them to 100,000 miles. It's the technology you have to go with the mechanical skill set that you have education for. So I think somewhere we need to catch up. I think we realize that. I don't know what we can do about it as a county, but if there's anything that anyone has an idea of what we can do to help, maybe in some of your contacts, Rob, people can share ideas, what we need to do to help fill the labor forces that are going to be coming. We know there's a shortage right now. I mean, unemployment is almost non-existent. So anyway, Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm pretty much going along with what everybody had said. I was going to mention the certificate programs at Daytona State College and everything, and the importance of going into the high schools and offering those kids that are potential dropouts, And I was just wondering, have we even penetrated, let's say, the jail system for certificate programs, so those people who are willing and capable of working when they come out, so they have something ready for them? Just a thought.
Ms. Dennis.
Just a final comment. What all this is doing is increasing the economy, and what this really means is our citizens have jobs, and they're making more money, and they're employed. I had a conversation the other night with one of the dreaded developers, and you know what he told me? He searched me out. He did. And he said, Mrs. Denny's, I've got to thank you. You need to know what just happened in my office yesterday. One of my employees who has worked on and off because of the economy was on and off, now is stable in employment. He's able to increase his wages, increase the hours of the employees, and they're actually getting overtime. This gentleman came to him, one of his workers, he's 40 years old, and he and his wife are now able to buy their first home. That's the cycle of money, and that's how finance and government in good collaboration works. So what you're seeing up here, what it means from this level and just these printouts that we look at, is our citizens have stable work. When the economy increases and employers give higher wages and able to buy homes for a first time, that's a story. Thank you.
Rob, thank you very much. And we will now go to item 4. Joanne Magley. Sorry, I need to just not call you Joanne.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with your events update. And we have one event to tell you about this morning. On August 20th, the Volusia County will relocate its New Smyrna Beach office for Veteran Services and Human Services to the Florida Department of Health building, which is at 717 West Canal Street. Currently, it's located at 107 East Canal Street, so it's just moving a little bit down the road. And at 9 o'clock a.m. on August 20th, the Volusia County Council will celebrate that move with a ribbon-cutting event. The new office will provide enhanced services, including close parking, a Votran bus stop in front of the building, a larger waiting area, and easy access to health services. And those hours will remain the same as they are now, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. And that
Thank you.
completes my report. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 5. This is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, and we'll have a staff report from, looks like, Terry Sanders or Mark.
It'll be
Looks like
Mark Walcott. And, Mr. Chair, I'll just open up, because there'll be a series of items here, not this one through 16. This is for the, we call it the COPCN, but it's the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. This is required under the state statutes that the county issue these for the providers of advanced life support, emergency medical services. I also want to say that a little comment that we've been working pretty steadily. I mean, I know there's been a lot in the paper and a lot of discussion and emails. We're evolving our EMS system, and that's something that we're committed to and will continue to do. What we're going to talk about today is the ALS portion of it, but I just wanted to give an overview in that I meet regularly with the managers of the other cities. There's a working subgroup that has been formed to work on some of the issues because it's a complex system. You're taking, trying to cover 1,200 square miles. You have fire departments. We have our EMS provider through transport. You have the hospitals that are a big part of the system. So getting all those groups together, and then of course the sheriff's dispatch starts it all off. So there's a lot of parts to this, and we're continuing to work on them, hone them. We'll be back to discuss more things with you this coming year. But I just want you to know that we're not standing still, and it's an evolving process. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to those guys to do the public hearing for each of these items. When we get to the county item, there'll be a little bit more we'll have to say about that because we are adding some units to the system.
Terry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Terry Sanders, Director of Public Protection. Mr. Walcott is going to speak on the COPCN's items, and he'll come back and forth.
Can we do like they do at colleges, and we can video you on this one and just change the name on the next 11? But sorry.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good morning. Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration Director. Before you is the City of Daytona Beach application for renewal of Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, here and after COPCN, for Advanced Life Support non-transport. The application represents a continuation in an existing level of service, and staff is recommending approval.
I have no one wishing to speak on the issue. I'll close the public hearing. Ms. Post.
Mr. Wolcott, could you just explain to the public the importance of the ALS certification and exactly what it entails?
The COPCN specifically?
The importance of doing this and maintaining it.
I'll give you I guess what opinion I can. The statute dictates or delegates the authority to council, to local county government to regulate who operates advanced life support, non-transport, and transport services. That puts it in your lap.
Perhaps it might have been easier to just, if you could explain what it is, the ALS. I'm not sure the public actually understands fully what the advanced life support is.
Okay, not the certificate we're speaking of. Advanced life support is a paramedic level of service recognized by the state of Florida. It complements a basic life support level of service, which is emergency medical technician basics. The difference primarily are the ability of advanced life support providers to administer medications, monitor heart rhythms, some advanced airway techniques, and that largely encapsulates the primary differences between the two levels of service.
Ms. Wheeler.
I'd like to move approval Public hearing for renewal of City of Daytona Beach Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and necessity advanced life support non-transport.
I will second that.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 6. This is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing portion. And Mr. Walcott.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. Daytona Beach Shores submitted a renewal application for Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support Non-Transport. It is a continuation of existing services, and staff is recommending approval.
I have no one wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public hearing. Council, Ms. Post.
Oh, I was still on there from
Ms.
last time.
Wheeler.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the public hearing for renewal of the City of Daytona Beach Shores Fire Department Certificate of Public Safety, correct? Is that? Public Safety Certificate of Public Convenience and necessity advanced life support non-transport.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Denny's, the motion has been made for the renewal of Daytona Beach Shores Department of Public Safety Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity Advanced Life Support Non-Transport. A motion is made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we will go to item 7. And this is the public hearing, and we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Walcott.
The City of Deltona has submitted an application for renewal of COPCN, Advanced Life Support Non-Transport. The application represents continuation of an existing service, including 3 permitted vehicles under the Municipal Transport Program. Just for clarity, they don't necessarily run all 3. There's 3 declared vehicles on the application. Staff is recommending approval.
There's no one from the public wishing to speak. We'll close the public hearing. Council, Dr. Lowry.
I move approval for the City of Deltona Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity Advanced Life Support Non-Transport.
Is there a second? Second, Patterson. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 8. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open.
City of Edgewater has submitted an application for renewal of COPCN, Advanced Life Support Non-Transport. Application suggests continuation of an existing level of service, including participation in the Municipal Transport Program with 3 permitted units. Staff is recommending approval.
I have no one from the public wishing to speak. We'll close the public hearing. Council, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move approval of renewal of the City of Edgewater Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity Advanced Life Support Non-Transport.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 9.
City of Holly Hill has sent an application for renewal of a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support Non-Transport. This is an existing level of service, simply a renewal. Staff is recommending approval.
This is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak on the item, so we'll close the public hearing. Council, Ms. Denny's. Ms. Post.
I move to approve the public hearing for renewal of City of Holly Hill Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support and Non-Transport.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. The motion is made for the renewal of City of Holly Hill Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport. Motion is made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We'll move to item 10. This too is a public hearing. And Mr. Wolcott.
The City of New Smyrna Beach has submitted an application for renewal of COPCN, Advanced Life Support Non-Transport. The application suggests continuation of an existing level of service, including 1 transport asset under the Municipal Transport Program. Staff is recommending approval.
I have no one wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public hearing portion. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move approval for the renewal of the New Smyrna Beach Fire Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, Non-Transport.
Is there a second? Second, Cusack, I believe. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 11. This too is a public hearing. And Mr. Walcott.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. The City of Orange City has submitted an application for renewal of a COPCN, Advanced Life Support, non-transport. That's a continuation of an existing level of service, and staff is recommending approval.
I have no one from the public wishing to speak. I'll close the public hearing. And Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move for the renewal of Orange City Fire Department Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity Advanced Life Support non-transport.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 12, and this is a public hearing.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. City of Ormond Beach has submitted an application for renewal of a COPCN, Advanced Life Support non-transport. It's an existing level of service, continuance of an existing level of service, and staff is recommending approval.
I have no one wishing to speak on the item. We'll close the public hearing. Ms. Post.
I move to approve the public hearing for renewal of City of Ormond Beach Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, and Non-Transport.
Second, Wheeler. The motion is made for the renewal of the City of Ormond Beach Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, non-transport. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we'll go one more time. This is a public hearing, and we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Walcott.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. The Town of Ponce Inlet has submitted an application for COPCN, Advanced Life Support non-transport. This is a continuation of an existing level of service, including participation in the municipal transport program, in which they have 2 permitted units. As such, staff is recommending approval.
I have no one from the public wishing to speak. We'll close the public hearing. Council, Ms. Wheeler.
Move approval of the renewal of Ponce Inlet Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, non-transport.
Is there a second? Second, Cusack. Motion made by Wheeler, second by Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We will go one more time. This is a public hearing, item 14.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. The City of Port Orange has submitted an application for renewal of a COPCN, Advanced Life Support, non-transport. This is a continuation of an existing level of service, and staff is recommending approval.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move approval for the renewal of Port Orange Department of Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, non-transport.
Motion was seconded by Wheeler. Motion made by Denny's. The public hearing portion is closed. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we'll move to item 15, which also is a public hearing. Mr. Walcott.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. The City of South Daytona has submitted an application for renewal of a COPCN, Advanced Life Support, non-transport. This is a continuation of an existing level of service, including provision of municipal transport with 1 permitted unit. Staff is recommending approval.
I have no one wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public hearing portion. Ms. Wheeler.
Move approval of the renewal of South Daytona Fire Rescue Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, Advanced Life Support, non-transport.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Patterson. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. We'll move to item 16. This too is a public hearing. And Mr. Walcott.
Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. The county's application, a little bit more complex. It's seeking renewal of Advanced Life Support ground transport, Advanced Life Support non-transport, and air ambulance transport. Those 3 components cover a plethora of activities under the Emergency Medical Services Division, the Fire Rescue Division, and the Sheriff's Aviation Unit, as well as our municipal transport providers under our COPCN. In addition, the application seeks to expound services in a basic life support transport, seeking specifically 2 basic life support ambulances under this application. Furthermore, seeks authorization to expand that number in the future based upon analysis of data and some determination of benefit. With that, staff is recommending approval with the addition of the BLS ambulances.
I have no one wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public hearing portion. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the renewal of the County of Volusia Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, advanced life support, transport.
And is there a second? Dr. Lowry?
That,
And can I think we just need to clarify in the motion that it included
addition.
the additional BLS, a minimum of 2 to start with potential to grow, because these are 2-year certificates, so I want to make sure that we have that potential to grow.
Would you like to have this worded in a motion in a way that?
I can amend.
I know Pat can.
Want me to-
Well, it has only been made, so it hasn't been seconded.
I second.
Well, Ms. Cusack had her
Okay.
light on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make a comment, the fact that what we are doing here in the county of Volusia is further to make sure that we have the necessary coverage for the providing for the emergency management of our county. What we have done through 6 through 16, I think it was, we are working in partnership with the cities. I think it needs to be on the record that what has happened when other cities within the county make necessary increases in their level of service or if they buy a new ambulance, it has nothing to do with the fact that we were negligent in providing them with backup services. So that needs to be very clear that things were out, even if you are a city and you have to buy a new ambulance, that's no reflection on the inefficiency, if you will, of county government. And so we need to make sure that this is done in collaboration with the cities and not because we as a county has failed to do our due diligence as it relates to providing safe communities for our people. Based on that, Mr. Chair, I would second that motion.
Okay, did you revise that motion, Pat, to include it? Did I hear you do that or not?
No, I was gonna.
Okay.
Now it's been second, I'm gonna have to amend the motion.
Okay.
So I amend that motion, adding the BLS, basic life support, 2 units to start.
With the additional ability to grow it through the life of the certificate.
I'll amend that on there also.
Is there, Mr. Cusack, you second?
I would second that amended motion.
Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment passes. Now, on the underlying motion as amended, any objections to that motion? Hearing no objections, the motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
And well said, Ms. Cusack. Thank you for your comments. Well said. We will now move to item 17. And
all right, good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. I'm George Baker, Director of Central Services. And if between an idea and an action a whole kingdom lies, then I'm here to inform you of exactly where on the continuum between ideation and realization does the new Central Services and Court Services warehouse fall. And with me this morning, I have Mr. Jose Alvarez. He's our facilities project manager. And I have Mr. Johnny Loram. He is a principal with Schinkel Schultz, and he's our architect on the project. So if you have some very difficult, highly technical questions, they will be fielding those today. All right, so location. Whoops, flipped too far. All right, the site is located between Indian Lake Road and Tiger Bay Road, and it's 3.2 acres. It's county-owned land already, and it's between facilities management and fleet management, so it's a really great location. And so the occupants in the facility are going to be state attorney, the public defender, and facilities. And this space is replacing our old space on what they call B1 on Clyde Morris and Bellevue. We're projected to be finished in June of 2019, and that's when we're supposed to be out of the property that was deeded to Embry-Riddle. So we don't have any room to spare. All right, so a little bit of chronology. On September 7th, 2017, County Council authorized a CMGC contract with Wharton Smith. Then in December of 2017, County Council approved Part A for pre-construction services. So pre-con services included coordination with the architect, with Schinkel Schultz, and those are complete. Part A is complete. Then we developed a guaranteed maximum price for construction, and that's complete. And so Part B addresses the construction GMP for a lump sum of $2,734,345. And today, staff is requesting approval of that contract with Wharton Smith Incorporated for Part B of this project. Do we have any questions or comments?
There are no questions or comments, so your technical experts can relax. Council. Looking for a motion.
I will move to approve the contract with Wharton Smith, Inc. for construction management and general contracting services for the new court and central services warehouse, Part B, 17-Sierra Quebec-137 Sierra Romeo, C Charlie-1630.
Second.
And I just do want to point out, I think there may have been a little bit of confusion.
Just a minute. We can't have you, we need a motion, and then we'll do that. So
He just seconded it.
well,
Go
I didn't. It's not a motion and on the second until I recognize
go
it,
ahead.
and I wanted to get you. The motion has been made for the construction management general contracting services for the new court central services warehouse, Part B's 17 SQ 137 SRC 1630, and motion made by Post, seconded by Patterson. Any comment, Ms. Post?
So I just wanted to point out, I had a question about this morning, and that this has nothing to do with a discussion on a new courthouse, because it's talk about the new court warehouse. So I just really wanted to clarify that this is for records and the warehouse, and that was already something put into place last year as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Denny's.
I think it's also important to know, how are we paying for this, Mr. Rechtenwald? Do we have to float a bond, or?
No, we've been funding this over a series of years, and we have the full funding for this project.
So this is a cash transaction?
That's correct.
So that is important to note yet again. So not only has this council been planning in our capital projects update, but I call it a sinking fund, and every year we put money into it for projects. So those that say, well, we have millions sitting in these accounts, it's for projects like this that have been planned for years, and now that we're there, we can write the check cash, and that is the best. That is just the best fiscal management. So
Here.
So
Yeah.
so this is a big deal, and you're going to continue to see projects come forth in the very near future, and they're all going to be cash projects. So Mr. Rechtenwald and staff and council and the previous council that we have worked for years to plan with this, that's why we're able to do this. Much needed projects. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what Ms. Denny has just said. It's important that you have a trusting relationship with the people you have elected to serve and to be good stewards of the tax dollars. So when you see a fund that you can pay cash for a project that you have already positioned yourself to do, it's not money that we found. It was money that was planned and put aside just for this reason. That's what you do, ladies and gentlemen, in your household.
Yeah.
You plan for projects. And because you have the money in the bank, you can't just spend the money for something else. when you have already planned and set that aside that funding. So I just want the citizens to know that we've tried our best to be good stewards of your tax dollars. And we do plan ahead. And these are not knee-jerk things that we're trying to do, but conscientious planning that has provided us to pay cash for such a project as this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Lowry.
I just want to, reemphasize that as well and think of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that's going to be saved now. We do not have to pay interest on because we're not having to borrow. And that works good in the household too, anytime that you can pay cash for something. So anyway, just want to go along with that theme and let people know that this has just been really good planning. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
I'd like to pile on to this too. It was interesting. It was interesting last night. It was brought up at the debate that the county is sitting on $500 million, and we could lower our taxes by using that. And people don't really understand we have a lot of restricted funds out there, things we're doing to save the taxpayers' money in the long run. So I'm glad that we're moving forward, and we'll continue to do that.
I don't think you can say that enough. Of the planning and the thought and the setting aside of the funds. We've got to buy a $500,000 fire truck in the future or so. $100,000 a year has been being set aside every year. That is just great county fiscal responsibility and management. And those that are criticizing and saying you've got all this money sitting there, well, we've got it there to meet obligations that we plan for. Isn't that a good thing? To me, it is. I mean, it really frustrates me to hear comments and read comments about, and then now we'll probably be criticized for spending $2.8 million or something to do something. So I don't know. We know what's going on, and I learned over the last year and 6 months when Ms. Denny's would generally ask, how are we going to pay for something? The first time she asked for that, I thought, well, that's kind of a stupid question, Well, what I learned was it had already been budgeted in there. It wasn't really a stupid question. It was just pointing out the fiscal competency of this operation, which is a huge operation, and to plan in that detail and have everything done and then go to zero debt in the general fund. Gee, many Christmas. I mean, this county is in such great situation right now. I'm proud to be a part of Volusia County and that we can all play a part in continuing on this fiscal responsibility and the planning of doing this. It's just great. So we have a motion and a second. Have we ever voted on this yet? Didn't think so. We were just doing comments. We had a motion and a second though, yes? Any other comments? Any objections to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
George.
We'll move to item 18. And Donna Butler is coming down along with Rob Stevens, I guess.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. We're excited to bring you this agenda item because it's a lot of good news. Our Votran maintenance staff is a group that really probably goes unrecognized a lot. We have a lot of buses on our fleet that are much older than the FTA normal standards for keeping a bus on the road, and they work really hard to just keep repairing buses and buses. But you're going to hear from Rob Stevens today about the buses that we're being able to purchase, which are really needed, and how we're going to save a little bit of money in doing so. Rob.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Rob Stevens, your General Manager of Votran. For your consideration today, we are requesting approval of the resolution appropriating $8,635,482 in Federal Transit Administration capital grant funds in the current fiscal year budget. There are no local funding match required. The capital grant funds will be used, the majority of them will be used to purchase buses, 11 fixed route, 11 paratransit. We'll also have some safety training equipment, contracted services, some software, information technology, building and grounds maintenance, building and structure improvements, and fleet garage equipment and tools. Individual expenditures will be presented to you. to the County Council for approval as they occur. We recommend your approval.
Ms. Post?
I just wanted to, again, reiterate that this is a compilation of 4 federal capital grants and that there are no local matching funds and that it is in the amount of $8 million or $8.6 million. I think that's fantastic, and the fact that we are putting in for those things and that we're actually obtaining them is fantastic. So I would like to move approval of the budget resolution appropriation of Federal Transit Administration capital project grant funds.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, the motion passes unanimously, and thank you very much. And this one, we know how we're paying for this one, don't we? That's a good one you don't have to ask for. We move to item 19. Clay Irvin is not here.
Yeah, Clay's on a much deserved vacation, and Palmer Panton's going to take this one. If you remember, and he'll get into it, in order to put in place some administrative ability on permits, we had to come up with a new process called the conditional use permit. It's being used for the chicken permit, but other things we're also going to be putting into that category. So I'm going to turn over to Mr. Palmer Panton, who is going to establish the fee because there is staff time involved with this process.
Good morning. As Mr. Breckenwald said, this is to cover the costs for a conditional use permit in the chickens initially, but we have some other ideas that we'll be permitting through the same process. The fee that we have come up with is $134. It's the mid-range of the salaries for a zoning tech, a planner 2, and a planning manager. And the actual amount comes up to $132 and some cents, but we already have some fees right at $134, and we thought that this would be in concert with that.
Okay. Any questions? Is there a motion? Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move approval of establishing a fee for conditional use permits as per ordinance 2018-13.
Second by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we'll move to item number 20. You're not bringing that box of paperwork for us to look
I
at.
think
are you?
you're one ahead here.
20
Actually, I'm 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 is the
Daytona Beach.
settlement with the city of Daytona Beach Shores.
I was,
The other one,
I
a
was
little
wondering why
anxious,
Jamie
but-
wasn't walking down there, but John, you've been sitting back there.
If we
so-
have a delay
You
here,
want to do the settlement with Daytona Beach Shores? I'm more than pleased to allow you to handle this.
well, what it is, there was a slight delay, and they're so ready to go, they filled that hole real
He's
quick.
been back
so
there running in
take it.
place for the last 2 hours or something, so just couldn't wait to get out through the gate. We're not going to disqualify you. We'll bring you back in a minute, maybe a couple minutes. Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have before you the settlement agreement with Daytona Beach Shores. As you're aware, Ms. Wheeler brought up a few months ago that maybe we could take one more shot at sending over a proposed settlement agreement. We took the settlement agreement that had been presented by the Shores and did a red and green strike through and underline, struck out in red, added in green. I say that because you have a partial transcript of the city's meeting where they reference the green language. So it helped clarify what the county wanted removed, what the county wanted added. They voted on it on June 26th and asked in their motion that the city would counter-propose that an agreement be developed very similar to the one the county transmitted to the city, which specifically deletes all the references to Chapter 20, i.e. the County Beach Code, and resolves no jurisdictional issues. In your agenda package, pages 5 and 6 of the agreement, the county added in blue the language that we thought would
provide us with the ability to construct the parks without any jurisdictional issues. We struck through some of the green language, added some language in blue. We provided that language to the city attorney. And as attorneys are wont to do, he had some amendments that he would like, there's some changes to the language. We went back and forth with Mr. Groot. And what you have today that I emailed you last night in purple is the new language. I do this so I can show you that we've been working in good faith with the city to try to resolve the jurisdictional issues, have the parks be constructed, but address all the issues that the city had concerns over. We think it's a fair settlement. It will allow the parks to be constructed. It allows the city building official to issue the permits. However, the county will do the inspections and the plans examination as allowed by Florida statute, as we are the landowner. The attached site plans will be the site plans that are used to construct the parks. It is the least number of parking spaces that we presented to the city, which was one of their requests. We would recommend approval of the settlement agreement that was presented to you last night with the purple language that has been provided to the clerk as well. And that would be sent over in the final form to the City of Daytona Beach Shores for them to vote on. The last point that we have is that when we originally started drafting this was months and months ago. And there's language in there about an annual review, and then for the maintenance of the parks, and then for that information to come back to the county and to be incorporated into the next year's budget. Because we are so close to the end of the budget year, if it is adopted in the month of August, that will throw things off. So we would ask that the effective date for this agreement be October 1. That way, when that annual review comes through, it will come through in sequence with our budget so that we can address any maintenance issues appropriately in the budget.
Okay, I know we're going to need a motion at some point, but I don't think we can have a motion based upon the email sent to us last night. So, Ms. Wheeler?
Sorry, do we feel now that everything is ready to go as far as our side? I really want to get this resolved and do it without any more complications for the city as well as for us.
I think with the additional language we provided to you all last night, I think we have addressed the city's concerns while maintaining our position to be able to build the parks. We have set aside all jurisdictional issues. There's no question that we have written this language every which way we can to make sure we're no longer arguing about jurisdiction. It's just about construction and maintenance of these two parks.
And I think that kind of gets back to where, when we had our meetings with their council, that's what I came away with, is that we were going to get all of that settled except for the legal jurisdictional things. I don't know what we're needing as far as direction. Have this as a motion for be put on the next agenda, or how do we?
No, you can approve, you can do the same thing that we did last time.
Okay.
Approve this to be transmitted to the city as an offer of settlement.
Okay.
We would provide them with a clean version of it as well as the marked up so that their city commission can see it, and they would vote on it at the next meeting that they put it on.
I would definitely like to do that, make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to, Ms. Cusack.
Give it to Joyce.
I just had some concerns about voting on something right now that we received last night. If we are going to provide the city with a clean version, do we not owe it to ourselves to provide us with a clean version? There's some confusion. I understand, I trust staff, but at the end of the day, we are responsible for this document. And so I'd like to, if we could even have this delayed to later today, that we can get a copy of a clean version with, I have 3 different copies here.
It's the clean version?
And so I would move that we would delay voting on this until a time certain later today.
I would like to amend that motion that I
Well,
made.
you made the motion. I never recognized Ms. Denny's second. So it technically is not a motion yet.
Oh, I thought we did.
Well, she did, but I didn't recognize it.
I didn't
until
realize
chair-
it was
until
not
the chair-
second.
it's not
I
part-
thought that Ms. Denny second.
She did. I didn't recognize it.
Okay.
And officially,
Yeah.
according to Robert's Rules of Order, it's really not a motion until, so I'm just trying to clear it up. And if that's your desire.
That's my desire. I don't know
I'm
how the
asking-
council feels about it, but I just think that at the end of the day, you're responsible.
Well, and the only thing that I would say to that is when it comes back from the shores, we can either reject it or not at that point, which would be the cleaned up, which all the lines go out and the purple goes in and all that goes out. If we had a question that we weren't happy with, then we could strike the whole thing at that point. Might be at least give them something to move forward with it so that we could meet that October 1st deadline and move forward while they're doing that. That would be my only comeback, my only.
Well, my
'cause-
suggestion,
but
Mr.
I mean,
Chair,
I don't mind.
with due respect, I think that if we delay this until later today,
Well, let's
once
pick-
we get this done,
Let's pick a time that we think we can do that. We only have a few more items.
and then we take a break for lunch, and then we have a workshop. Is that
Well,
right?
The workshop will not
can't
be
go.
officially a part of the meeting.
I understand that, so we cannot come back, take a
Here's
recess.
what we do. We will, when we recess for lunch, we'll come back from lunch and vote on, and move this one to then. How about that?
Absolutely.
Does that work?
That works for me.
Is that
I
okay
don't
with
know about
council?
Council. I don't know if staff can have that done in a clean version by then for us.
Well, the clean version is this one with all the lines in and out.
Well, I want it without all of the things in it.
Isn't this the one with,
Yeah.
without all the lines? Isn't that the clean version?
Yes, ma'am. There's the red, green, and blue in your agenda.
And then the
There's a
clean
red,
version,
green, and
right?
purple that was handed out this
I'm
morning, and a
talking.
pure black one that was also handed
Yeah.
out this morning with all of the
This is,
changes
yes.
incorporated in.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
this is the
ma'am.
clean version, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have it, Billy.
Okay.
So-
But
So we,
We have.
But I'm not sure that Ms. Cusack
Yeah,
had an opportunity to
do
read
not
it.
have an opportunity to
Right.
read that.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
yes, I agree. Let's have a chance to read through it, make sure everything is there, and then we'll come back and.
I would ask you to concentrate on pages 5 and 6. Those were the pages where the changes were made. So if you read paragraph B and C on pages 5 and 6, that's the area that we were working so closely with the city attorney to resolve.
Okay. So just to reiterate where we are, we're going to have a time certain to bring this back after the lunch recess. I don't know what time that will be, but can I state it that way, Pat, that this will be taken up after the lunch recess? That'd be okay? So that would be the time. We'll bring it back then, so everyone will have had a chance to read the clean copy and not be confused by the reds, the greens, and the purples, and the blues, and whatever else the lines that are in there. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll bring it back then. Do we need a motion on that? Nope, we just did it.
Okay.
Okay. Now then we will, I've got too many copies of that in front of me. I know who's waiting though.
Look how
Item
quick we are.
21, Mr. Booker.
John Booker, Government Affairs, Volusia County. I'm joined with Janine Jennings, Director of Procurement. Previously, Council gave us directions in regard to an RSQ that was put out and closed in July. You should have all 5 respondents, and I'll leave the rest to Janine.
Good morning. RSQ 18SQ109JJ State Lobbyist closed on July 11th with 5 responses. County Council has been provided all 5 responses and has had the opportunity to review individually each of those responses. All of the respondents are responsive and responsible, and at this time, I am seeking direction on either making a recommendation and award at this time, or if you prefer to rank, shortlist, and come back for presentations, or rank and have discussion and make a recommendation of award. It is at the discretion of the council.
Ms. Cusack. Ms. Post.
I wanted to comment on our current lobbyist, Gray Robinson. I will say, you know, a lobbying firm is only as good as we make their use, right? So I can tell you that Gray Robinson has many locations around the state. In those different locations, I've met with employees from Gray Robinson in some of those different locations when I've been in those different cities. And in the areas where I have requested information, they have been outstanding in getting that information to me. I am happy with keeping Gray Robinson because I'm very confident in their ability to really represent us in the manner that I think we should be represented. But again, they're only as good as we make use of them. So I'm happy with keeping them. And I can tell you I will be reaching out much more to them this year and in the years to come, and if they are here. I would just say if we do choose Gray Robinson, that we do work with them in terms of new funding opportunities and really keeping in touch on the different changes in what's happening at the state level, and really improve our interactions with them. But again, I think the onus is on both of us. But I think that the potential is certainly there to continue that relationship and certainly to strengthen it. And I think with our current, our new government representative, John Booker, I think that that would be very, certainly a good part of putting that new outlook into place. So I don't know if we can do a motion on that, but my intent would be to keep them.
Is that a motion?
Well, I'm being told by, if I could make the motion, I would like to make the motion then.
I'm going to bring that up in the workshop, some of the process and procedures that we use, ones that have been used since time began. But today, since we've been doing this, let's hear from other council, Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple questions. One is, you know, I'm sort of along the lines with Council Lady Post in regard to if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although, in talking with staff, I think we felt a little bit like with the judicial thing or I can't think of the thing right now. But anyway, I almost felt like we were being petitioned by them on behalf of the state in some regard to some things. But I know that was kind of a complex thing. But sometimes, you know, with Gray Robinson, sometimes they also come before us with area type things that they're dealing with, that they come before the council, and just wanted to just compliment them. I feel like that they do a good job in regard to that. You know, sometimes they're representing people who are looking for rezoning or looking for other things to be done around here, and that has not been interference. And so I appreciated the work that they've done in that, And I just want to compliment them as well, and to echo what Ms. Post said. I would like to see us stay with them. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where we are right now is in a filtering stage, if you will. So council, I don't know what your wish is, Ms. Cusack. I'd like to hear everybody's thought. I think we can answer this best by ranking. I mean, which is similar to a vote. So we've done this before. Councils in the past when we've gone through this process and other processes and RFPs. So I'm assuming staff, do you have sheets ready? Should council decide to put
Yes,
a
we
first
do.
draft through? Mr. Chair, would it be possible, let's put a first draft through for each of us to rank them?
Okay,
See
let me
where
hear
they happen, but
Yeah.
before we go on,
Do we need a motion to
No,
go into
no,
a
we don't
ranking
know.
process?
There's
Okay.
no
I just
motion.
wanted to hear,
No motion required.
Ms. Cusack wanted to speak, that's why I wanted to.
I think that we're in a position, I am in a position today to rank. I'd like to see that ranking, and I'd like to have more dialogue with colleagues. I've read all of the proposals. I think that there is enough flexibility there and we have some good firms that are willing to provide the services. However, you know that this is an election year, and the firms that we have, many of them, most of the eggs are in one basket. And so I think it would be prudent upon us to be mindful of the fact that most of the presenters or proposals represent one basket. And when you have an election year, that could have a really impact on who you would want to have as your lobbying team. We ought to be mindful of that. I'm ready to rank, but I also want you to know that we'll have some, if things change, you'll have some fences to mend and some things to do in that process. So let that hint to the wise be sufficient. That you don't know where we're heading in January 1. And so I'm ready to rank based on what we have presented, but I also want you to be mindful of the fact that there is no rush that we had to do this. You could maintain what you have until the first of the year, and then you could make a decision at that time as to what you wanted to do as far as who you would hire as the lobbyist. You say that, well, time is of essence. Well, time is not of essence when you don't know where things are going. So I think that there is no rush to rush. And so that would be where I am, Mr. Chair and members.
I'll go to the next person who probably has as much experience with lobbyists. That would be Mr. Patterson and Ms. Cusack. Probably have had more experience with lobbyists than all of us combined. So, Mr. Patterson.
Well, that you're correct, Mr. Chair, because I know all of them that have put in for them, and I know who's there, and I know who's really there, and you know, from observing them over the years, and what we've been doing here in this body. I have ranked my top 3, and so that's kind of like where I wanted to start. Some of them have some good attributes. Some of them, you know, are really strong in some areas, and that's the key here. Is are we going after policy or are we going after money? And what's really important there?
Okay, Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm ready for the ranking also. I think, again, it's a twofold thing. We certainly need to be more involved with our lobbyists and letting them know what we're after. And then we want the results. And it's really important that we choose the right one. I've also read each and every one, and do I choose the big successful one, or do I choose the up and coming one that's hungry and wants to make a stand? So I do have my rankings ready, so I'm ready to go with that.
Okay. I think we need to be mindful before we do the rankings. The other thing is, the lobbyists work for the council, not for us as individuals. And anything that we're asking of them is something that would be asked at the direction of council. It's a priority or something like that. It's not individually for us to ask. If there has to be something with a meeting, I think all the council needs to be aware of that. And because if we have each of us out there trying to get our own points or whatever in with the council, then the council's not on board on that, it could create some issues. So I think we need to be mindful of that part. If you want to pass out the, did you want to make another? Let's do the ranking.
Yeah, I did want to make a comment.
Go ahead and pass those while she's commenting.
It's one of the things that I think is very important also is in that these relationships is the fact that we're able to obtain these relationships with the people who are representing us, and the fact that not necessarily that they're listening to individual direction, but simply the fact that they are willing to speak with us as individual members and provide information to make us, to better able us to make the decisions that we make, I think is the point of those meetings.
Okay, all I'll say to that is we need to provide them direction of what we want, and they need to get to go do it. That's the way I look at what a lobbyist is. They follow our direction on what we want, and what we want is what we do as a policy, what our objectives and what our priorities are, and we tell them to go find the money or help make the decision. You have before you the ranking. Please keep these, because these will be a part of the record. And
Please, Mr. Chair, let Janine go over, because we have had confusion in the past, to make sure we're clear.
I just want to make sure everybody's name is at the top of the ballot. You will fill in below your name. Number 1 is your top ranked. And so it goes 1 through 5. So your top ranked will be the lowest number when I total it up. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. And then once I get it back, I'll total everything. I will read everybody's ranking, and then we can go from there.
okay. Now, we're just going to rank 3, right? We're not doing
All 5.
Oh, okay. And while we're waiting, I do appreciate Ms. Cusack's words of wisdom. This is not like there's a fire going on, we've got to put it out decision. And who knows what may happen on November the 6th, which could, and she didn't say that, I'll say it, how things can change and how different lobbying firms can work. So we might be wise to take heed of that.
Call them in.
Boy, this sure is quiet, isn't it? I guess we have to
She's
be.
doing
don't we?
math.
This is not a courthouse. Yeah.
Check my math. Check my math.
Ought plus ought equals.
Should we have Donna check that? Just,
You have an abacus?
you are old school, aren't you?
You want my readers, John?
Okay.
Okay, I'll read the rankings. Chair Kelly, Becker from Fort Lauderdale and Tallahassee, 2. Capital City Consulting, 3. Gray Robinson, 4. Johnson and Branton, 5. Southern Strategy Group, 1. Ms. Cusack, Becker, 1. Capital City Consulting, 5. Gray Robinson, 4. Johnson and Branton, 2. Southern Strategy Group, 3. Mr. Patterson, Becker, 5. Capital City, 4. Gray Robinson, 2. Johnson and Branton, 3. Southern Strategy Group, 1. Ms. Wheeler, Becker, 4. Capital City Consulting, 1. Gray Robinson, 2. Johnson and Branton, 5. Southern Strategy Group, 3. Ms. Denny's, Becker, 4. Capital City Consulting, 3. Gray Robinson, 5. Johnson and Branton, 2. Southern Strategy Group, 1. Ms. Post, Becker, 4. Capital City Consulting, 5. Gray Robinson, 1. Johnson and Branton, 2. Southern Strategy Group, 3. Dr. Lowry, Becker, 4. Capital City Consulting, 2. Gray Robinson, 1. Johnson and Branton, 5. And Southern Strategy Group, 3. The totals are as follows. Becker, 24. Capital City Consulting, 23. Gray Robinson, 19. Johnson and Branton, 24. Southern Strategy Group, 15. Your number one rating at this stage is Southern Strategy Group as number 1, Gray Robinson as number 2, and Capital City Consulting as number 3.
Okay. I guess we weren't ready to vote.
Yeah, we are.
We are?
Do it again. Do another rank.
No, you do another ranking?
Sure.
Why would we do another one?
Yeah, why would you do another one now?
I mean, were we doing the ranking to eliminate?
Well, we've eliminated, if we look at this, we've eliminated 2. Take the 2 out and rank the next 3.
I mean, we haven't said whether we want to bring back 1, 2,
No,
or 3
we have
people.
not said that,
No,
that we
that's what-
would do that.
No, I didn't hear that. We just got the ranking.
We just got the ranking, so now are we going to hear from them, or are you making the decision at the end of the day as to where we will go, as to who the lobbyists will be?
What they came and asked us for was direction on what we wanted to do. Do we want to have 2 or 3 come back to us? The ranking, we rank them, so we know what 1, 2, and 3 are.
You know who you want.
But we don't know who we actually really want, other than who had the lowest score, which is the to start with. So I think now we probably need to determine, do we want to do another ranking by eliminating some to determine we bring some forward, or do we want to do a ranking and say that's who we want to pursue and try to have a contract with? I think that's the issue that I think we're faced with, Ms. Post.
I would suggest then that we come back with the top three and have the top three present. That would be my suggestion.
That's an option. Council?
Well,
I know you want to do another vote and eliminate some.
well, yeah, but I guess the question is too, in all honesty, I mean, I'm okay with that if that's what council wants to do, if that's a process where the majority of council wants to go, but my question would be, would that change anybody's position? Is bringing them forward and having another meeting and presenting, would that really change anybody's position on where we're going to go? I mean, just...
Well, let's just do it this way. Is anyone, do we want to bring any or some of them back? I think we need to answer that question first, which is kind of what you're saying. Do we want to do that? Whether it would change anything or not, then we would go and say, well, it's not going to change me if all five came, but that's just me.
It may be good, though, to bring the top three back, let's say, only to have a face-to-face, let's call it the ultimate FaceTime, in front of who your next employer is going to be. Maybe we interview the employee to employer and just have some FaceTime with our questions and expectations of council.
That's what I was suggesting, because personally, you asked if that would impact anyone, but personally, that would have an impact on me to hear individually from the top three. That's why I suggested that.
Ms. Cusack, I know your light's not on, but you always have words of wisdom, and when I get in trouble like this, you can come to my rescue.
Mr. Chair, I think that for me, it's important that you understand the positions of each of the potential lobbyists for us. And if I had to do anything, then I would agree that we ought to have the top three to come back or come and present to the council. And I think that there is no rush to do that, but I think that we ought to do that expeditiously as possible with what you're saying that we want to do. Mm-hmm. You've made the decision. I think it's interesting that the two legislators made the same decision that nobody else almost no one else agreed with, as our top people. Just saying, having worked with some of these folk as a part of the process.
And I think we should, but
just saying.
Just saying, did they wind up in the top three?
No, they did not.
See, because I didn't keep up with each individual as they went through there.
So it just tells me that I'm just saying. So do what you need to do, Mr. Chair, but I think that there's validity in that.
Okay, Ms.
Thank
Wheeler.
you.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Let's bring the top three back, and then we can ask questions, and they need to sell themselves on what they can produce for what we're wanting.
Okay, just a quick question. Which firm did y'all select? Because I didn't keep up with it. Which one did you not have? It went to one of the two at the bottom. Which ones?
The top one was Southern Strategy
I knew
Group.
that. Okay.
The second one
No,
was...
I'm talking about for Ms. Cusack and Mr. Patterson, who have...
Ms. Cusack picked Becker as number 1, Capital City Consulting as number 5, Gray Robinson as 4, Johnson and Branton as 2, and Southern Strategies as number 3. And Mr. Patterson, Becker 5, Capital City Consulting 4, Gray Robinson 2, Johnson and Branton 3, and Southern Strategy Group number 1.
You and Pat, you and I agreed on one of them anyway.
Well,
So-
I had some logic here. I'm going after the money, so the Southern Strategy is really strong in that area.
And it's a firm that was actually founded in Volusia County.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know
Capital
that.
City, I have a real problem with because of and the main lobbyist there is a good friend of mine. I've known him for years, Nick Iarossi. But there's somebody on there that I have a real problem with that is part of their group, and it's a real problem for me with Capital City. Mr. Jim Boxhold, who was Secretary of the Department of Transportation, is the one who really has hampered us in the Sunrail operation, of getting Sunrail.
I think that's important. Were they one of the three that were, huh?
Number 3.
I think that's kind of relative. I think it's important to know that for us going forward.
And I, Nick will probably knock me in the head, but I mean, that's just the thing.
Facts are facts.
Yeah, facts are facts. And Nick called me and he said, is this a sincere effort for Volusia County to go after? Because I don't want to do it if y'all are just going through the motions. I said, we're not going through the motions. We're serious about this. But that was before I saw what I saw. And, I would have probably said, I got a problem. I would have told him I have a problem.
So
with
Capital
somebody.
City actually finished third
Yes.
in the ranking. So they must have had 23 points.
Let's bring back the top 2. I'm in agreement with that.
Is everybody okay with bringing back the top 2, which would be Gray Robinson and Southern
Southern
Strategy? Everybody's okay with that? Do we want to make that in the form of a motion today?
I will make
Dan? Well, Dan's not there. But we did vote on this, and we can actually make a motion to do this, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Charles Hargrove, Deputy County Attorney.
Ms.
yeah.
Post made the motion, I believe, to bring back the top two, which was Southern Strategy and Gray Robinson, for a presentation, seconded by Mr. Lowry. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Do you have that? Y'all good? Good.
Are we looking at the next council meeting?
No, I think, well, it's gonna have to be when they can arrange it and we can arrange it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave that up to George.
Now,
I
we're
mean,
gonna have
not
to talk
I am,
because
but
you've
I think we
got
should.
inmate healthcare next meeting, which is will be a lengthy, more lengthy presentation more than likely. But we can, with just 2, probably it would be a shorter time. And you also, we can, if you want to say now, or we can come back to you with a recommendation on how long of a presentation you would like them to give.
But I don't want an hour
5, 10
presentation. Huh? 5, 10 minutes would be adequate, a 10-minute presentation with time for questions, because that would give us at
Maybe
least.
5 and 5. 5 to present and give 5 or 10 minutes for questions might be a better, because the presentation itself should be pretty quick.
We're probably gonna be looking at maybe even the second meeting in September, or,
Well, I think we could try to get in the first, but especially if you go with a 5-minute presentation and maybe 10 minutes of questions, then you're talking, just a 30-minute item, if we can limit it to that.
okay, you arrange when they come back.
Will do.
And work it out to when it fits with the rest of the agenda schedule.
Okay.
And we'll go forward with that. John, it was worth you coming down early, and you got to sit down
Thank you
front
for
for
having
a
me,
while.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
With that, it's 12:18, and are we going to adjourn for lunch, recess? We're going to recess for lunch and try to get back here by 1:30-ish? Right, that's why we're just going to recess. We'll come back for.
We'll vote here and then finish up, and then we can go down to the training room for the.
After that.
Right.
Okay. Meeting is recessed until 1:30. 1:30.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4. County workshop audio check. Check 1 2 3 4. Check 1. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Check 1 2. County council workshop audio test. Test 1
Hello? It is 1:30, and as soon as everyone returns from lunch, we'll reconvene the council meeting. I'm waiting on no one. So, it is 1:31. We are going to reconvene the council meeting from the recess, and we will go to item number 20. Is that right? Yes. Item number 20. And Ms. Wheeler?
Excuse me. So that's back on the City of Daytona Beach Shores. So I'm assuming everybody had a chance to read. And can I make a motion that we move that forward? Is that what we needing to?
Make a motion to transmit it to the City of Daytona Beach Shores as an offer of settlement.
There you go.
Motion is made by Ms. Wheeler, seconded by Mr. Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
There you go.
And
Thank you.
thank everyone for
Thank
taking
you.
the time. I'm glad that we were able to look at the clean copy, so that we're all on the same page. We'll go to the public participation portion of this meeting, and there are none at this time, Barbara, so we'll close that out, and we'll go to Mr. Rechtenwald.
I have nothing at this time. I'm sure
Okay.
we'll have more in the workshop.
Dan?
Nothing from the county attorney.
Pardon? Yeah, why? You want one? Pardon?
Yep, that's where we're at.
Yeah, is that okay? Okay, and we'll start today with Dr. Lowry
I'm good, thank you.
and Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, up on North Peninsula, your hometown.
Yes.
Ty Wilson contacted me about wondering if we would be interested in looking at taking over and purchasing the sewer plant up there. So just let me know.
We'll
Okay.
look into that.
Okay, thank you.
And I also talked to his partner, Bob Hillman, about that and what I've been trying to work with, and I think, I don't know where the staff has been involved yet, trying to get the city of Ormond Beach to extend the sewer line and actually to annex the area in, if I can get them to do it. Annex in, then extend, instead of extend and then annex in. I'm working on that. We may take a while, but to me, it would make more sense to extend the sewer line that they have, the 900 feet, and eliminate the use of that sewer plant that they have.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot of septic tanks up in that area.
they do.
Yeah, a lot of septic.
But unfortunately, that won't take all of them, but I mean, if we could work on a long-range plan of getting sewer up there to take it, because I would say 90%, well, almost, probably 90% of Ormond by the Sea is on septic. Wouldn't that be close?
That's probably a good estimate. I mean, there is sewer over there in some sections, but to the north for sure. We do have, we did work with the city on some of the condo package plants.
Right.
And there is I think the city still has a program to encourage people when those plants at these various condos are ready to be replaced, that they go on to the sewer that we help pay to extend up through there already. But I can have Mike, I mean, he's very well versed, Mike Ulrich, and we'll talk about where we're at and a way to.
I think it would help, Pat, for them to take a look at it and see what you think from that standpoint.
Yeah, will do.
Ms. Post?
So I'm going to agree to that, since that's my district as well. I know we've all been having conversations, and I've had many conversations with staff about the septic and the sewer issues up there, and annexing, of course. The Childhood Cancer Foundation is doing a gala in, I want to say September, but I would like to see if the council is interested in sponsoring that gala for the Childhood Cancer Foundation. We've done that before, and the Childhood Cancer Foundation,
You've got 4 nods.
Okay. The thing I like about the Childhood Cancer Foundation is that they represent children with cancer specifically from Volusia County. And so these are our residents working to resolve these issues. And I greatly appreciate that sponsorship. All right. Received I received a report on the rainfall amounts we've been having through the County of Volusia Division of Environmental Management, and it's showing that in July we had above normal rainfall, and forecasts for the next few months is expected to be over as well. That comes into play with discussion of the road situations in Plantation Pines, which is a subdivision in District 4 out on West 40. And there's, I've talked with a number of the residents out there. They do not actually have a very active homeowners association. But this is one example of a subdivision with private roads that emergency vehicles cannot access. And there's about 200 homes back in there in that subdivision, and so that is a lot of people that cannot access their homes, and they're having to park basically at the opening to the subdivision and trek back there through muck and mud and water and everything else to even get to their homes. But my concern is emergency response. I know that the fire services, along with the road division, has been known to come up with lists of various areas where they're unable to respond to emergency vehicles or with emergency vehicles to various areas because of the roadway conditions. And I would like to see if we can come up with maybe a more updated list as more recent, since we've been having so much more rain. I know that there's several other subdivisions throughout the county that have these same issues, but if council's good with that, I would love to have staff come back with that list.
Everybody, I mean, we can do that if everybody, we do have it countywide, really. So. And
then let's see what we can do to, I understand these are private roads, but we've got to try and figure out something, because the residents don't know what to do, and I know I've had meetings with John with Road and Bridge about trying to work with the citizens, at least to come up with a game plan. I'd like to maybe work something out and figure that out to get a game plan going.
Well, just since you brought that up for discussion, it's a private road for which the HOA doesn't even own, which makes it even more complicated. They were aware of that when they bought in there. They wanted it for the privacy. I've talked to probably several of them have called me that couldn't get an answer from reasons.
It is a paper company that owns the property, and the paper company, there's been discussion about the paper company turning it over to the county, and there's been lots of discussions, but really
we don't want it.
We don't want it.
Right, I understand that. I understand that. There's been lots of discussions and lots of options brought up, but just kicking the can down the road, or them kicking the can down the road and continuously coming back to us, or not having a response.
The can down the road is them. They signed and they know to take care of it. They don't want to pay the money to take care of it. They don't want it paid to pay taxes for it to be taken care of.
I understand that. And
it's sad.
One moment, please.
But when we bring items up for discussion, you're asking us to send it on to somewhere, we're going to express our opinions on it. And I think that they can come and ask us personally, but it's not upon this county to provide them access to a private road.
I understand that, but it's certainly well within our means to sit down and have some discussion to try and work out some resolutions, whether that means fully on their end or our end, and at least provide them some guidance.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think if it is so many private roads that are having the same kinds of issues, and I think it's bigger than just us directing staff and us, and we would have conversation and dialogue with the owners of these private roads. There was an agreement signed when you became a part of a private road development. And so I don't mind having discussions, but I don't think that staff can do that. I think that would be, they would come here to present to the county council, and based on that discussion, I would strongly say that we can have dialogue with that particular homeowner associations. We can elect not to do that at that time. But I just don't think that it would be, we should direct staff to do something about it when we've already set policy that governs it. So it has to come from us. And so that's where I am in that position.
Denise.
Thank you. And I agree with you, Ms. Cusack, and this is a perfect example of why when we go through these zoning and special exceptions on dirt roads and subdivisions, this is where we end up. Just give it enough time, this is where we end up. And you're right, I mean, when you buy real estate, you go through a closing company, there's no gotcha here, they knew it ahead of time. But what can be done is actually not in our purview, but especially if there's over 200 homes, a taxing district, maybe we could help them, assist with them, where they could set up their own taxing district and
that would be one of the
refortify
options.
their roads. Well, that's about the only one that we have that we could at this time, because I will tell you, they need to present to us and make the request, because in my district, which is so rural, as is Mr. Patterson's, I can tell you, I can list 10 roads and subdivisions right now that are probably at a washout, and then on a good day, they're using a four-wheel drive at the end of the road, parking the trucks and the vehicles at the end of the road, and using a four-wheel drive or a gator, whatever you want to call it, to get through that mess. It's happening all over the county.
Yes, I agree. That's my point.
So, but again, then again, it's, Councilwoman Cusack's right, is that it's, they have to come to us with an ask and, go forward with staff, but be open to talk to anybody, I think, as we should be, we all will, but at the same time, the best we can do, we can't have other citizens paying to fix their personal road that they own legally, and I'm one of them. I own in the middle of my road. I wish it wasn't that way. I knew it when we bought it, but it's just, it's what you do. There's trade-offs. Those that want to live in the rural and have a horse farm and nobody bother them, I promise you, nobody's bothering them. They can't get there.
Right, but so just to be clear, the only way that we can provide them any guidance as to what they can do to help fix their roadways is if they come into public discussion and present that they have a problem to us, or what are we suggesting to them then?
Well, I'm not saying public discussion. I didn't say that at all.
As an agenda item?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, no, I'm asking, let's clarify what they need to do then to get some
Here's what I
guidance.
think would be most prudent. If I was in your position, and what I have done previously, I would set time and set up to speak with staff, make an appointment with Mr. Rechtenwald and Road and Bridges, and sit down and ask what all the options are, and then you choose a couple of the homeowners within that district to come meet with you and staff and review those options. But that happens
That's actually
there.
that's actually what I've done and that I'm doing, but I wanted to lay it out for the council because it's come up before that I'm just out there doing all of this stuff, and I know that you all also have these same issues, so I wanted to suggest this as a way to not only help to resolve the Plantation Pines issues, but also all of these other issues that are going on around the county. So that was why I brought it up. If you're saying it doesn't need to be brought up to council, and that what I'm doing and the work that I'm doing with staff to help them you're good with, then great.
No, what, don't draw some false conclusions here. What I'm saying is that's how that I see my position when I work with staff multiple times on issues. But then when it comes time, if a decision's made and staff makes a recommendation, especially if it requires funding or an adjustment in a policy, that's the time that it comes before this legislative body. But what you do, and here's a good example. I met yesterday in New Smyrna Beach City Conference Room with some constituents from Bethune Beach property owners on a very, very important issue. But it's what we do. But when the time comes for a policy or some other type of intervention, then I will rely on staff and Mr. Rechtenwald or Mr. Eckert's suggestion how to bring it forth.
Yes, I don't think, I mean, we're not at that point, and that's not in any way what I'm asking. So
But I would encourage you to meet with them, definitely, and meet with staff, absolutely.
We already are doing that, and we have done that many times,
Okay.
so.
Mr. Patterson?
About 20 years ago, I represented that area on the county council. Went out there to try to resolve some issues there. I ran into two groups of people, those that wanted the road paved and those that wanted to stay there because they had their horses and they didn't want to have a bunch of asphalt out there. So getting an agreement was just impossible. I don't know if it's changed since then, but and like Ms. Denny just said, I've got some dirt roads. I got some roads. They aren't even dirt.
Right, right.
There's just a wagon wheel passage through there.
It is all over the county.
And I've been living on a dirt road myself for over 30 years, but it is a county maintained because it was accepted back in the 70s before I moved there. But it's still when with all this rain. The only good thing about it is there's fewer cars coming down the road, and the neighbors are very happy about that.
So Councilman Patterson makes a great point that this has been going on since, did you say the 70s? Is that, or, I'm sorry.
No,
Well, I don't know, whatever. It's been going on for a while.
I was still sailing around the world in the Navy at that time in the 70s. No, it was in the late 90, 95 to 98 that I was out there. They actually went to a state legislator and asked him, and so he brought me in there, and we were standing in a hole in the middle of the road that was literally over my head, and I was completely surrounded by the neighborhood, half of them on one side, staring at the other side, that they were mad that they wanted this road paved out there. So
And,
Well,
and
all I know is this
we've
has been
dealt with that
yeah.
with Durance Acres,
Right.
and they don't want it paved because cars go too fast.
Right.
Is one of the things, and they're not willing to pay for it. But I would suggest that you try to, like it was suggested, meet with them. Meet
Right,
with
I
a couple of
have
them.
been meeting with all of them, and I've been meeting with staff, but my point is just that it has been, things like this are going on, and they have been going on for a long time, and it is an issue for those citizens that live back in there, and there's over 200 homes back in there, so they're looking to me for direction, so I'm going to continue to talk to staff and help them with some options. So,
There you go.
all right. The next thing I wanted to talk about was in there was an April council meeting where we approved additional security guard services for the jail to help them with some securing low-risk in-custody hospitalized inmates and various duties like that. In addition, last month of 2017, so it would have been July of 2017, the county manager had written a letter detailing the safety concerns at the courthouse. And I think in looking at those things, along with a number of other things, I would like to see us considering video court for, at least for first appearance, to where we're not actually transporting the prisoners out to the courthouse and doing various things. I know that as chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council, this is certainly an idea that the judges would more than likely be on board with, and that's going to be part of our discussion on August 20th. I think.
Mr. Patterson?
Did Mark Lee? I'm still talking, Mr. Chair.
You asked for a.
But it's not a motion. I'm still in
No,
discussion.
no, but I think kind of the way my understanding is when we bring up items that involve the rest of us, and Mr. Patterson wanted to comment on that.
But I'm in mid-sentence. I'm still discussing it, though.
Go ahead.
So again, as chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council, I think that the judges would more than likely be on board with this. I've had discussion with the director from the jail, and my understanding is that it would certainly be of benefit in terms of staffing, in terms of safety, in terms of a number of issues, certainly in terms of budgeting. The amount of money that the county would save in transport and everything else would be considerable, and so that's something that I would love the council to consider, and perhaps just on the surface level, as the opening for the discussion, perhaps having staff or the director check into where else this is being done. I know it's done on the federal level, and just to get some general information on it. We're updating in the future plans for the jail that we have mapped out for improvements, is certainly in a lot of the IT, and we are, coming into 2019, and I think it's very prudent that we keep abreast of the technology and various things going on to keep up with efficiency. Councilman Patterson.
Again, over 20 years ago, this came forward to the council. I liked the idea of it. I thought it was a great idea that we would set something up like that. The judges liked it. And then when this room filled up with lawyers from all over the county having a fit about it. So I would suggest that if you're going to have this discussion, I'd get some of the lawyers around here, because you just don't want to have them coming in here with pitchforks and burning torches.
Well, as chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council, that's going to be the discussion at our next meeting, which the meeting is August 20th at 3 p.m. at the OC, if anyone's welcome to come. And that is going to be addressed. But as far as it's my understanding that I don't know anybody who would be against it at this point.
George, just take a look at it, I
Sure.
guess.
I mean, I think as
I thought
part of
first
that meeting,
appearance
and
was out there.
we'll take a look at who else uses it and for what type of hearings, and and then we can maybe start putting some estimates to what it would cost and what it would save. There are most of first appearance occurs out there, but there is still moving them there. But there are a lot of hearings. This post is right. It's a lot of places, and we're going to check into that, are using them because you have a lot of intermediate hearings and other things where you're moving them back and forth. Their trial may end up being still where it is. In some places, everybody is in the courtroom but the person, depending on, again, the state or local jurisdiction where that is. So we can look into that and find out what's being done and what the potential savings is, and then work through that whole community. As Mr. Patterson said, there's certainly people in that community that in that system that may not favor it, but we can at least take a look and see what we can do. I do know the judges have been supportive when it's been brought up in the recent past.
Ms. Cusack?
I just had a question, Mr. Chair. Would this require a change in our policy to do this?
I'm not so sure in our policy, but I think that, we'd have to look at what the judiciary would want to do. And it would require, though, a capital investment putting in, but as Ms. Post points out, we're looking at the IT anyway. And I suppose, too, and I know it's maybe discussion later, when you're looking at the court system in general, you might want to have a good idea of, how you could use these things if you're going to then be relocating or building courthouses and stuff where, what would be the actual need and, if you were able to do some of the things in a different manner.
Okay.
And the last thing I had was on August 25th, it's a Saturday, from noon to 4 at the Florida Hospital there off of Williamson. I'm having a community meeting where firefighter and EMS personnel are invited to come and give any input on the current services and any information or any input that they have. You're welcome to come and give that at that time. And that's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Ms. Cusack.
Councilwoman Post, you having a meeting with the firefighters and?
I'm inviting the firefighters. Since I've been in, I've had many discussions with citizens in my district about fire services and EMS services, and so I'd just like to get some input from them and see what they have to say.
Do you think that would be something that would benefit the entire council, or are they in negotiations, or?
No, it's nothing to do with any kind of negotiations or anything. It's just getting input from my constituents.
So you talk about EMT and firefighters that's in District 4?
I'm inviting anyone to come that wants to come. I'm having it at the Florida Hospital, August 25th at 12 to 4. And certainly anyone is invited to come. Anyone is invited to contact me and give their opinions at any time. I have had many people bring up that fire services and EMS operations need to be looked at, and I'm interested in hearing their opinions, and certainly willing to forward any of that information on to staff and to council. But I would just like to hear what they have to say.
I think my concern over that is this interfering or being a part of leading or discussions or contracts or anything like that. It's kind of disconcerting to me that an individual wants to meet with the employees for discussion about them wanting more wages, better working conditions.
It's nothing to do with wages or any of that. It's just on the operations itself. We're not discussing any kind of, there's no specifics, and it's certainly not anything to do with any kind of union stuff. It's just getting their opinions and working to address their needs in the future.
I don't know how you can eliminate that if they bring it up. Are you just going to say, I'm not going to discuss that? I don't know. I have lots of those phone calls too, and I have lots and lots of people, firefighters and everything else. And my usual comment is that I'm working with staff, I give them the concerns, and that, any of those discussions I feel should be handled here in front of the council,
Well,
for
when
all
you
of
give
us
them
to
their
hear.
concerns, how are you getting their concerns?
How am I getting, they call me too. I get emails also, and I do
So
get
I'm
Facebook. Yeah.
willing to listen to them and get their concerns and then pass it on. It's
We
the
all
same
are.
exact thing. Yeah.
I don't know, I don't know, I feel like this is maybe, I don't know, is this interfering at all with?
Mr. Eckert,
I would have to have-
we need legal to.
Yeah, we need legal on this.
This is an issue that I feel personally I feel needs to be addressed, but I'm right, but I'm, my opinion aside, I'm happy to listen to anyone that wants to talk to me about any concerns that they have and to pass that information on. And if the council decides to act on it at any future time or staff decides to do anything with it at any future time, that's for future discussion. But I'm certainly willing to listen to the citizens of Volusia County. Absolutely, and my doing any of that does not in any way negate or lessen the work that the rest of the council is doing.
I guess the concern I have is like meeting with the employees to.
They're not all employees, it's just people in the
I'm
fields.
just reading what you posted.
It's just people in the fields.
Fire and
There's a lot
EMS
of retired
personnel.
people that are coming. It's a lot of, retired people that have reached out, that have asked to talk to me about these things.
I just look at what you wrote, fire and EMS personnel join me for a roundtable discussion to discuss reassessment and rebooting of Volusia County Fire Services and EMS.
Absolutely.
That's what you put.
Absolutely.
So to me, that is on the edge of being,
But it's not.
well, it's
Well,
pushing
but
the
it's not.
envelope. Well, we don't,
Not. But I think it's very important that,
have you cleared this with legal?
well, I've had the discussion during staff, so,
So it's legal to do this?
Yeah, Charles Hargrove, Deputy County Attorney. There are several competing factors. One is the employees, they have a First Amendment right to go and talk about issues. But if the issues in the conversation have to occur between the council member where they're addressing issues that would arise or are part of contract negotiations, then obviously you couldn't do that, and you'd have to shut that down. Because the council as a whole is authorized to negotiate the contract, and usually it's not the council has already delegated that responsibility to the negotiation team and the lead negotiator, Tom Moats. We've had issues where people have presented issues during the public participation in the morning, and I've had union representatives come down and present issues, but you have to be mindful that sometimes they may present issues in a way that could engage you indirectly into a contract a matter, and so you have to be very careful, not to raise those issues and discuss it. But at the same token, employees do have a First Amendment right to talk about issues that deal with service or with matters in the county that don't touch and concern the contracts we have with them. So I'm giving you a gray answer, but there is clearly some black and white factors that you have to be aware of.
and I'm in no way promising anyone anything. It's just like every issue that comes before me on the council in the agenda items, where I talk with all of the persons involved in that issue. And if I talk to people that are against the issue, that doesn't mean that I'm promising them anything. And if I talk to people that are for the issue, that doesn't mean I'm promising them anything. It means that I'm listening to their opinions and gathering the information to make a sound decision at a future point. So, I think it's very important that I listen to what is obviously a tremendous concern or certainly a point that has been brought up over and over and over in the public, and I'm wanting to hear these concerns and willing to do that. If the council is not comfortable with a meeting of more than one person with me, then I'm certainly willing to be available in my office on numerous occasions, or to make many, many meetings around the county to individually meet with all of those people, but I think that might be a little ridiculous. So I'm hosting a public meeting as a roundtable discussion. It's not to promise anything. It's not to cause dissension. It's simply to have a roundtable discussion with the people who are boots on the ground, who actually work in these areas, who might actually have some input as to bettering things.
Mr. Chair, I don't want any way to stifle, if you will, relationships that council members have with the constituents that we represent. However, it concerns me that when you are meeting with employees, where we have a responsibility to hire a manager and a lead attorney, we also have the responsibility to set a budget. And when we start to try to resolve, because every discussion you have is to present problems and concerns and try to find some solutions to that. I think it teeters on micromanaging staff. And so that puts me in an uncomfortable position. If there are discussions that the public services providers want to have with council members, they could generate that through some type of email or come before the council saying that they would like to have a workshop with us about issues that they feel that are important to them. But there is a process.
But why does it have to be with all of the council members? Why can't it just be with one?
Why does it not have to be? I mean,
they haven't asked to have it with all the council members. They've
did they
asked to
ask
talk to
just
me.
only you? Because I've had many firefighters talk to me about issues and concerns, and I'm sure they've talked with other colleagues. But if it's something that generates a open forum with one council member who is not an attorney, and these are union contract folk, and how do you have the expertise and knowledge to know what is and what is not teetering on negotiations? And so I just think that for you as a council member and for them as employees, you're opening yourself and our employees up to an area that is not your responsibility, because you're the responsible to those other entities. And if there is a problem with them, then they need to come to us and we can go through the proper channels. That's just my opinion. And I think to do that as a council member is not appropriate.
Again, these are not all county employees. There are a lot that are retired that have been in the profession before and understand it and have some good ideas. And I'm willing to listen
You
to
cannot
these ideas.
say that because you don't know who would show up. What make you think that there would not be that?
But I'm willing to listen to anyone that's got any input, whether they're a county employee or not.
We all are.
And I'm
But
not.
but that's just my opinion.
It's not making any
I'm
promises.
And I was elected
it's
the same
simply
as you.
Don't talk over each other, just one of you at a time, please.
Well, it's simply listening to the.
Can you let Ms. Cusack finish?
Well, I just think when you're not open and receptive to hearing and having a discussion, and your mind's all made up about an issue, then it's a waste of my time and your time to discuss it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I think we've all, some of us have expressed our concern. We cannot stop you from doing this as a council. I think it does teeter on interfering. It could be, especially if we were in negotiations. We know the first things that they're going to ask. It's not rocket science on coming to the conclusion. They want 3 men on a truck and they want more money and different hours. So we know those are going to come up in the talk. And we've all done this before, and you're putting yourself in a position, and I think we're offering as much to try to let you know that as not. So if something comes up that you are perceived as interfering in future negotiations or something that may be brought to a vote, and the fact that you are just one person. Remember, when you put yourself out as a council person, a lot of people expect that you are doing that as a
Team.
council, as a team.
And
just,
go ahead.
just as long as everyone knows, you think that out of the 3,000 emails I get and phone calls I get every month, that some of them are not about this? We all get these.
So it's so important to continue to reiterate, and because it keeps being brought up, and the fact that I am doing something in no way negates or lessens the responsibilities or the implied response from any of the other council members. This is not a reflection as to you guys not getting, not having discussions with Fire and EMS or not getting emails from me on Fire and EMS. I'm not arguing that point at all, and I would welcome that you would have these same discussions. It's no reflection on that in any way, shape, or form. But this is obviously an issue, and there's been much discussion about it, and personally, I feel it's very important to. I would like to know. I would like to hear from them. I would like to sit down and have a roundtable discussion. It's not, again, it's not promising anything. Just like when I sit down with everybody and making agenda decisions, it's just hearing from the boots on the ground people who actually do it and hearing their concerns. And we may differ in this definition, but as a representative of the council, I feel that is one of my major duties, is to listen to the concerns, and certainly if those concerns are being brought to me repeatedly, and it's no way negating staff as well. I've had many discussions with George and with staff about this issue.
Okay.
We'll have to agree to disagree, but I feel that this is clearly a strong part of my role in this position, and I'm willing to take 4 hours out of my Saturday and listen to any suggestions that they might have, and then to bring those suggestions back to staff from the boots on the ground people, and staff can put them in the trash can, or staff can accept them and look at them or do whatever they want with them. But I feel that it's incumbent upon me in this role to do things like that.
Okay. I think that Ms. Cusack laid out our charge by the charter, which is we are elected to hire a county manager, a county attorney, set the budget and policy. It's not, and you heard the attorney's opinion, which was black, white, and gray, that it's on the verge of whether it's black or white. Some's black and white, and some's not. And working with, I'm not going to say it's interfering, but I think it could be. It is not one of your primary duties is to hold meetings with county employees. Okay, that's not a function of your charge as a council member set out by the charter. And I think you're opening yourself up for that. I'm not going to say that I endorse you doing that. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. I'm not going to try to stop you from doing that. I'm just trying to point out, as a person you've only served for a year and a half, you haven't dealt in government before. You've got people up here who've dealt for almost 20 years in government, and they wouldn't think about jeopardizing or leading people in this way. So they're not going to make that decision. You make your own decision to do that, and you understand that it's not something that I would do openly. I would talk to anyone individually, but I personally would not do that, and I've been doing this 17 years. You get yourself in a situation to where they feel that you're going to be carrying the bacon for them, and it may be false, maybe not, but we probably ought to end this discussion. We talked 30 minutes at the last meeting on something that went nowhere.
Well, I still have something else to say then.
I thought you said in closing.
Well, I would like to respond.
Well, let me hear from Dr. Lowry and Ms. Wheeler. on
Yeah,
this front.
I think that I agree wholeheartedly with what Ms. Cusack said. And the thing is, if you have a meeting where you don't know who's going to be there, and you can't control who comes, you can't control what's being asked or what's being said, the negatives of that extremely outweigh any positive input that you might get, and the potential there for problems is there. And so I just think you need to be very careful. And not only we have a lot of experience up here, but we also have to learn how to play a team sport. And that's what we have here. And I think you have to be very careful, because I think sometimes you maybe go past that or over that. And I'm just saying, just be very careful. Thank you.
Billy?
Yeah, I agree with Joyce and everything else that's been said. You know, we all represent our constituents, and we represent all the constituents in the county. I represent your people too, you know, as well as you.
Absolutely, I'm not negating.
And I think when you're having, to have a group meeting with staff, especially people who are under a contract with us, I think that's really teetering. I don't mind emails and getting the emails, and I discuss them with staff. I just sent some things to them just yesterday of concerns. But to get a group there together with, without staff present, and even that might be a suggestion, to have a staff member present taking notes. But when you're saying, you know, you're representing the entire county, and any comments that you make then makes it sound like it's coming from all of us. And there is no way that you're going to get into conversation with them that you're not discussing salaries or new equipment or whatever. It's going to happen. I think it's really putting you in a very dangerous position. I believe that staff is starting to have those conversations. I know George is working hard, and that has been my conversation for quite some time when I have brought representatives from the different cities. And trust me, we're all working in our cities every single moment. It's a full-time job.
I'm definitely not saying that you're not doing that.
Excuse me. It's a full-time job for all of us. It's a full-time job for all of us if we want to be committed. And I think everybody on here is. But I know that George is absolutely working hard to have this conversation. And I've been in there saying, can things be changed? Yes. Should they? Yes. The conversation is there. I would hate to get in and interfere in something's moving forward right at this moment. I think it's very dangerous. I would never do it as a group. I will be glad to talk to anyone individually, but I would be very concerned about a group.
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rechtenwald, you're meeting regularly with our fire chiefs, right?
Well, right now I'm on a subcommittee of the managers that includes the Fire Chiefs Association, which was the President Jim Bland from Holly Hill, and Vice President Drew Driscoll, Chief Driscoll from the city of Daytona Beach. They represent, of course, all the chiefs in county. So I do meet with them, and I have, not recently, but I have in the last year or so, I've been to that same chiefs meeting. I also have met with several of the chiefs outside of any meeting, just like what you're saying, individually. So I have a really strong relationship at the chief level. As far as down into the ranks, so to speak, through the years, you know, I've done that and know quite a few of them, especially in our fire department. But I would say have never done it in Port Orange or in the other cities or anything like that. I use the chiefs as the body of what I pull stuff out of. So yes, we do work regularly, and of course, when I'm not there, we do have other staff, our chief, our public protection director and deputy directors. They meet with them as well. So there's a lot of constant discussion. Of course, and EMS is the other part of that. It's so they're meeting with them too, and I've been encouraging a lot of meetings of our directors with those fire chiefs. So at that level, the management level, there is a lot of current discussion going on.
And I guess that's where the black, white, and gray area comes as I'm listening, and I understand the desire to meet with constituents and citizens. We all do that. but at the same time, there's a level, because what Mr. Rechtenwald is talking about, when you go from management to management and staff to staff or director to chief, that's the way, that's the protocol. And so when I have an issue within my city, I don't call the city manager, and I don't go to employees of that city within the planning and zoning department. I call my mayor or the electeds at my level, and we work things out, because certainly it's not my position or theirs to micromanage staff or to direct staff to do anything but to bring issues to the forefront. So I think what you're hearing here is a concern with being put in a position, not just you, because it will come back to council, because you'll come back with a report. Hopefully, you will report to council. You know, so if there's an issue, then you're going to come back to council saying, you know, for whatever reason, they want the red trucks painted green, for example. And we're going to say, well, you know what? 6 of us don't want those trucks painted green. But that's what they want. I listen to my constituents, and that's what they want at that level. But at that level, they don't have, it's not their prerogative to choose some things. And when we're in negotiations, I got to tell you, my discomfort level in this whole thing right now is going back to our shade meetings, and I don't want to go there.
Yeah, Charles Hargrove, Deputy County Attorney. I think
Let's go there.
the concern is, right now we're coming, what I hear that other council members addressing is that we're coming on the cusp of starting negotiations
Right.
again with the
That's the concern.
fire services and the deputies and EVAC. However, one way that we can, maybe we can take away some of the gray is that if council member posts when she conducts her meeting, she gives basically a disclaimer that she's not to negotiate any contract issues, and that her comments or questions shouldn't be construed as such, and that she's there basically, just there as a council member to entertain questions. And I think from a legal perspective, we're okay.
To listen.
To listen, yeah.
And that is what I say on a regular basis. I'm not, I'm not promising anything. I'm simply listening to the concerns. And so I do have to point out, I mean, I worked over the course of 2 decades in law enforcement. And so, I also have some background in this area. And, there are some consistent complaints, and there are some consistent concerns, and just like on every issue, I'm hearing all of this, and I would really like to sit down and get a good handle on what's truly what are the concerns, and then see if we can have them addressed. We're talking about it's just like the Plantation Pines thing. My talking to the citizens that live in that subdivision and wanting to work with staff to try and help to guide the citizens as to what their options are and what they can do, whether that means that they're paying fully for it or not. To me, that's not the issue. It's simply helping to resolve an issue that apparently has been going on for, many, many years. It's not representing the council in creating policy and doing all of these things. It's simply listening to the concerns and trying to work out, some hope at possible resolution in the future, or to alleviate any of that.
Disclaimers, if I can interrupt just a second.
Sure.
Disclaimer sounds great, but if I walk into a meeting at my church and I say, look, I'm just here as a member of the church, I'm not the pastor, it just doesn't work. And I think there has to be a warning there, because you could get yourself in trouble legally as well as ethically in regard to that. And I think that's what we're trying to say. I mean, it's not like we're worried about you or whatever, but we are, because you could say something at that meeting that could get you in trouble ethically or legally, and to say, well, I'm disclaiming that I'm not going to be bound. Well, anything you say will be. And will be interpreted that way. So I think there has to be great care there. I don't know that the disclaimer sounds good in theory, but I'm not really sure from a practical standpoint that people are going to listen to that, because we are elected officials, and when we are there, I have to be very careful when I'm in a meeting with anybody, because if I say something, a lot of times it gets interpreted that it's all of us, and I think that's the point that we're trying to make.
Exactly. What is the difference in meeting with each of these people individually, or having them in a room and hearing them discuss?
But they're employees, a lot of them we encourage you to have the meeting with the people in Plantation Pines to try to connect those dots. They don't go in a straight line. So trying to use that as a justification to do this. You're going to do what you want to do. I think we all know that. I think that you've been warned, or not warned, you've been advised on the situation, and you're going to do what you want to do. So I think we need to end the discussion on this. It's not going to make any difference. We're trying to be helpful. It may seem not like it's not, but any interference that may arise from this that would come into contracts or construed to be in negotiations or contracts, if it comes up and about as a result of this, we'll deal with that at that point. But
Well, I would just like to end, I guess, with my speaking to the public, and anyone from the public who wants to come and talk to me at any time about any issue, and certainly on any public safety issue, because obviously that's been my profession for years. I'm more than willing to listen, and we'll deal with the repercussions later, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm going to enter this in the records of the county today. Fire and EMS personnel join me. Okay? So I want to have this on record, that if anything comes from this, this is a part of it, and you are inviting the personnel. We'll end yours on that, and we'll go to Ms. Wheeler.
I think it's very important to point out, though, that this is not a surprise meeting. I've had many discussions with staff about it, and George and I have talked many times about this. So this is not.
It's a surprise to us. So
Mr. Chair,
that was
I think that we have dealt with this long enough.
Yep.
And I think, and the decisions have been made as to what you can do or not do. I think we ought to end this discussion and move on. We have much more to do
We got a
in
busy
this
day.
time. And I
Much
think
more
it's
important
unfair to all of us that we use our time wisely. You can't get it back.
Okay.
Let's move.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Okay, I would like to ask council support to update the beach code. There are provisions in the beach code that apply to the beach and approaches, and some that apply only to the beach. When council clarified that approaches included all county-owned beachfront parks and parking areas, the beach code was not updated so that all the provisions apply to the approaches. For example, overnight camping and alcohol are prohibited on the beach, but not on the approaches. Also, the beach code has not been updated in a while to address our new parks. Daytona Beach has recently updated its code to prohibit riding skateboards, no loitering in or adjacent to restrooms, no bathing, shaving, or washing clothes in restrooms, no obstructing public walkways, no camping, no trespassing when the park is closed. I would ask that staff bring back an ordinance that would provide enforcement tools that would help keep our parks clean and safe for the public. This is kind of going hand in hand with what Daytona has just proposed, and there are areas in Daytona that are county property. So they would really need that enforcement also from us to coincide with their new ordinance. That is my request. I would ask for council support.
Mr. Chair, in order to do an ordinance update, we need 4 council members to authorize us to draft something and bring it back for your review.
Just a question, more discussion on this, Billy. So forget reading all that. give an executive summary. What's the reason? the
Well,
intent?
well, some of the reasons are, let's say the oceans, well, okay, the homeless. I have to, I don't know that I should just make that comment, but we're trying to clear up beachfront areas and areas that are of concern with loitering, panhandling, and those areas that the tourists are raising more and more keen about. You know, we've got a huge investment in the Ocean Center.
Right.
And when we have, you know, adverse conversations or communications or publicity on these concerns, Daytona has worked hard to change some of those laws to enhance their enforcement, and all I'm asking is to coincide with them. You know, we have property around Ocean Center.
Okay, Ms. Seaman? Jane?
Thank you. When you all updated the code to clarify that approaches were included with the beach, there are conduct provisions within the beach code, and some of them only apply to the beach. Some of them apply to the beach and approaches, but some of them only apply to the beach. So when Ms. Winterwerp needs enforcement in the parks to make sure that the parks are safe and clean, she doesn't have the tool. We need to update the beach code to include and approaches and to address some of these other concerns.
That makes sense.
It is partly a public safety issue because she is having to expend a certain amount on cleaning up. And we do have people bathing and washing clothes in the brand-new fountains that you just spent $50,000 to install. She's losing toilet paper, and paper towels are being stolen out of the bathrooms. She needs these additional tools so that the beach
Well,
safety can help her
Can we get a
enforce.
motion and 4 people to support revising the, that you'll bring back to us?
I would like to make a motion to go forward with looking at a new ordinance for a beach code provisions.
Revising the beach,
Revising the beach code.
Revising our beach code provisions.
including,
Just
do
yeah.
that.
to address
Yeah.
the conduct for enforcement to protect our parks.
We can critique that when you bring it back.
Yeah. Second.
The motion's made by Wheeler, seconded by Denny's, to have a revision to the beach code updated. And any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And then,
Done.
done. Done. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to thank staff for this Volusia County Government Activities Update. I think that's an excellent document, and thanks to staff for getting that to us. It gives us an idea as to many of the day-to-day operations and things that's going on in county government. And so my thanks and kudos to our manager and staff. And then I have a constituent who wants to have a public meeting about the bridge. I would like to
Main
pass.
Street Bridge, I'm assuming, or the Tomoka? Which bridge?
I think it's the Orange Avenue.
Yeah, okay. You mean the one under construction?
What I want to do is I would like to have staff contact this, from this memo, to find out exactly what she's looking for.
Okay.
And if this is something that we could get together and provide a meeting for the citizens in this area. And this is, I say it's the Orange Street area because it was Mrs. Ponder and her committee in Daytona Beach that is interested in it. So it doesn't specify the bridge, but she wants to have a community meeting. If you could look at that, and if possible, we could set something up, and I would be willing to have us as council members entertain the possibility of having a community meeting to bring the citizens in that area up to date on what the activities are as it relates to their neighborhood. Probably has something to do with Midway too.
She had also sent that to me, and I did send her an update on the date for completion.
Yeah, well, she wants a meeting, she said. So we want to have staff look at that and see if it's something that I should handle, with the representatives, or whatever. But that's what we need to do. Talk with them and see exactly what they're looking for as far as that update. Maybe it's something that we can provide documentation to them as to where we are, that may satisfy them. But if need be, we will be willing to meet with them as a group or a representative group of the council.
Everybody on board with that?
Is that a problem? It is a written document that she has requested from, and has sent to her representative and to her county council member at large and the chair. So I'd like to have this looked into and make sure that we address those concerns.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Ms. Denny's.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just two minor things here, and Joanne Magley introduced it earlier about Southeast Volusia. We have 4 offices on Canal Street. The county owns 4 buildings, well, 2 buildings, 4 offices on Canal Street, New Smyrna Beach. The only buildings that have not been improved in that beautiful area, riverfront, waterfront property, are our buildings. And they're old, and they're too small, and any day that, especially in the morning you go out there, you'll see citizens sitting on those benches, or then as the day progresses, and the buildings are too small, the reception area, the waiting area, they still sit outside on those benches in the heat or the weather trying to get in. So we've talked about this for a long time, and what we're doing is the Health Department building on West Canal, we are just relocating. We're not moving services out. That's why I was at the City of Edgewater last night to introduce this and explain to them our human services and veteran services. We're relocating because one of the veteran Votran stops, there's an ADA compliant Votran stop right in front of the building now. And the veterans and the human services are right as you walk in that front door. The waiting room is wonderful. We will be servicing the citizens so much more. There's more parking. Parking is very difficult down at Canal Street. I hear that all the time too. So this is a really good thing to relocate, in relocating those services out there, but still on the drawing board, Mr. Rechtenwald, like we have talked with Public Works. We know that the Chief Judge Zambrano closed that courthouse down in Canal Street, and long term, we keep talking about this, those 2 other offices that we have down there, and we'll talk about this in priorities, in projects, is we need a Southeast Volusia Services Center somewhere down there, whatever that looks like, and then sell those properties on Canal Street, because that is prime real estate in New Smyrna Beach, and we would be serving all of our citizens so much better to just upgrade that. So I want to thank you. That will be August 20th, will be the ribbon cutting down there, and our service members will be there too, as well as our senior citizens to join us for that and relocating. Here's another minor thing, but on our trails, our wonderful trails that we're doing, we're getting ready to open up, and Councilman Lowry, I know we're looking at middle of September to do ribbon cutting out there at that Maytown Spur in Osteen. This is fantastic what's going on our trail system. My husband said they actually have to move over because there's so many bikers out there, people walking, and all sorts of, and not just regular bikes, but all sorts of transportation vehicles. It's wonderful. But what's also happening, because our trails are so wide and they're more rural, we, especially in this particular section right now, we have vehicles on the trail. We have trucks, and I have a couple of my friends that are on the trails quite frequently. I've asked them to start taking tag numbers down, and they're doing that. But what's also happening, and I sent Tim Bailey pictures this morning, my husband sent me pictures, they're using it as a dumping ground because they can get their vehicles on the trail. There's huge piles of debris out there. It's done purposeful. So when I spoke with Mr. Bailey this morning, I said, Tim, why do you think this is happening? He said, well, it's probably quicker than going to the dump. Well, here's the deal. A fine per Florida statutes 403-413-6A is up to $500 for illegally dumping debris and hazardous waste along our trails. It's illegal, and those convicted, we will enforce the penalties. This has been going on for quite a while, right, Mr. Bailey? In the background, we've been dealing with it, trying to deal with it in the background quietly, but we're at this stage, and the construction crew just cleaned it up, last week, I think. They sent crews in there. They were working at nighttime. There was so much. They cleaned it all up. Well, this morning, it's back bigger than ever. So the fine is $500. But if you take it to the dump, guess what it is per ton? Is only $13 a ton to take your debris to the dump. So this is really, really important. I'm going to start putting PSAs out into the community and into my area about this. We really, and you need to know that we have partnered with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, and they are assisting us, and I'm not going to say too much more than that, but fines will be levied, and we are watching, and we are documenting. So I'm just going to go on the record that if you're dumping on our trails and we prove it, there will be a $500 fine attached to it without excuse. And it's a dangerous thing because my husband had to move over so a truck could get by him. And I asked him, I said, well, why didn't you take a picture of the tag? And he looked at me like, yeah, how am I going to get my phone out? And there goes the truck. You can't get that. But we're somehow we will figure out how to fix that. So I'm just going to get a little more vocal on social media and with some friends. If you see it, it's a real problem. I'd hope that when we cleared it up, it would go away. We've been working behind the scenes. I said, Tim, now I've got to go in. We've got to make this public. And so, Mr. Rechtenwald, anything that Mr. Bailey needs to help us, because if we don't stop it now, so I don't know if it's people that we do know some of our citizens just don't want it there, but I think what's happening, it's not just there, it's just easy dumping for them.
Right.
And the tires, oh my gosh, the piles of tires out there. But if you take your tires to the dump, it's only $1.20 each. So do you want to dump 10 tires and pay a $500 fine, or take 5 tires to the dump and pay what, $6? So do the math and stay off our trail because we're watching. And that's all I've got. Mr. Rechtenwald?
Oh, we're on it, and we'll continue, and as we've discussed, we'll have plenty of eyes and things out there, so we'll take a look.
Another thing we have out there that we didn't put out there, and Tim has assured me he has no control over, is the water moccasins.
That's correct.
No, we do. In fact, yesterday when my husband had stopped to assist somebody on the trail, he went to clip his foot back in the bike, and there was a water moccasin just ready to strike. So it's real. It's rural. It's a swamp out there. But it's beautiful nonetheless. Old Florida. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I thought I saw something with snake crossing signs put out. Was that what you had, Fred? Oh, mosquito crossings. That was it. I have a couple of quick things that I need some help on. One of them, due to a conflict in my schedule, I'm going to ask if the council will appoint Billy Wheeler as the canvassing board member and me as the alternate. Right, we're just switching it. She'll be the primary one. There's a time that I'm.
You
actually,
must
there's a whole lot
not
more.
really like her very much.
I would appoint you, Pat, as the chair of that, but anyway. So if I can get a motion, I think
I think the judge is the chair. I think you're you're just the flunky
from
there.
us. Yeah, Chris is I think the other Kelly is the chair. I think.
Yeah, he makes a wonderful shrimp and grits that he brings every now and then. So it's well worth showing up for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I need a motion for that, don't I, Dan? Move approval. Motion's made and seconded by Lowry, made by Cusack, to appoint Billy Wheeler as the representative on the canvassing board, and I will serve as the alternate. Any objection to that? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Couple of other things. I read this week, I was asked a question, and I read a statement that when I saw that the previous council had passed the small amount of marijuana possession to be decriminalized, I thought that that was a good thing until I found out that it's still a felony. And so I wonder if it was the intent of the council that passed that to decriminalize it without going through a meeting of everybody involved, if this council would be willing to look at doing whatever it is we need to do to, in fact, decriminalize it. And one other part that I would like to have it possibly taken out of the discretion for that same small amount, out of the discretion of the officer, because that leaves too much to subject. It either is or it isn't. And I know it was probably done. 4 of y'all were on the council, so you know what the intent was. Ms. Dennis?
I can hear Josh Wagner. Josh, if you're listening, I hear you, I see you, and you're throwing your arms up in the air and say, remember, remember. That's what he's doing. So here was, if I can recall right, Mr. Chair, here's what the discussion was, because that was a big leap to even get that far at that stage. That was a big deal, wasn't it, Councilman McHugh? It was a big deal. But the discretion for the officer was a comfort level in that only if, there's one thing if, we'll just call it a joint, you're caught with a joint. We don't want you to have to go to jail. We certainly don't want to ruin your record forever because you had a joint. Exactly. Unless you were involved in a car accident, you ran somebody over on the beach, or you did something else, and then you had a joint, that's a different story. So we wanted, in complete trust with our law enforcement, we felt they were better to assess each individual situation and call it that for whatever enforcement. So, and to date, I don't think we've had a major issue with that. I think it has actually played out very well, and I've never seen a challenge to that. So.
Okay, I'll remove that part of it, but still, it's a felony.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that,
What are
I
you
think
saying
that's
is a
something we
felony?
ought to look at.
Pardon?
I think we should look at that part.
Okay.
too.
Okay.
Because I think that it should not be left at
Okay.
discretion.
We'll bring it back for discussion, without having to
That's
go
good.
to a meeting with Daytona and Josh and the Judge Schulman, Judge Boyd
Right.
Schulman, and the
And they're
judges.
in agreement with this too.
Right.
What are you saying is a felony?
Pardon?
What are you saying is a felony? What are
Just that joint,
The small amount of possession is still a felony.
it's still a felony.
No,
Morning.
Mr. Chair, that, what you did is you provided for it to be, authorization for it to be charged as a
Civil violation.
ordinance violation.
Right.
And,
The
it's,
court's not interpreting it that way.
well, it's an ordinance violation, ordinance violations and municipal violations for that matter. Now, actually what the change in the law since I began was that county ordinances used to be, conviction of a county ordinance was a crime, but that's no longer the case. The legislature made it equivalent to, with the municipal ordinance, so that it's an ordinance violation, although it can be punished with jail time. But what routinely is done is that we file a waiver that we don't intend to seek jail time. It's our office that does it, the prosecutions of them. And so if you were to be charged with under 20 grams, you would be charged only with an ordinance violation, not with a felony, and actually not for that amount, even if you were charged criminally, it wouldn't be a felony.
Well, I mean, the judges are not agreeing with you, but I don't know and talking and reading what they have said. So let's bring it back and get confirmation, because I don't think the intent was done that if someone has a small amount of marijuana and they're issued a citation and pay the $100, that you're going to have them charged with a felony for lifetime. That wouldn't be the intent of this council. I wouldn't have thought at that time, right? So let's bring it back, and if we have to rework it to seek to do what
what,
You know,
what
what's
Mr.
intended-
Wagner's goal at the time was, with which the council at the time did not agree, was to make it, have a civil citation, that not to have it be an ordinance violation.
Okay, well, if we can bring it back, discuss at that time whether or not we want a person to still have a felony on their record for possession under 20. If we can agree that we want to do that, let's move forward with looking at it, and we'll just have a full
I'd
discussion.
be happy to bring it back, but I just want to correct the one, even if you had no ordinance, under 20 would not be a felony.
Well, that's not what the court says.
That's what I was questioning, is what exactly are we saying is a felony?
Well,
The court's saying it is.
What you did was to say that that amounts which otherwise would be misdemeanors can be charged as an ordinance violation.
Yeah. It's not a felony, Ed.
I'm just going with what the court says. The courts say it is.
Just telling
I'm
you
not
for
a
19
lawyer.
years.
I'm just want to bring it back and get the courts to understand
those
that what the
arrests.
intent was. I don't want people having on their record, somebody has a record of felony, if we can avoid it by clearing up the language, if that's our intent. Does that make sense?
But it's not a
And
felony.
then we can decide whether the court's right or we're right. We're not going to decide that. But anyway, that would be it, and we're going to, I think that's, we're going to just adjourn this meeting because the workshop's not part of the, huh? What? Yes, we are.
We're recessing.
We're recessing?
Yes, recessing and reconvening for the workshop.
Okay, we're going to recess until 3:20. Does that work for staff? Okay, I'm just telling you what Jeff said he needed time to set it up down there.
Okay, no, we'll still be recessing
We're recessing.
You're good? The workshop's under the recess.
Are you telling me we have to wait 30 minutes to start the workshop?
20? Okay, how about 3:15? Oh, can you be down there at 3:10?
It's 2:53.
Okay, we'll recess until 3:10. They won't be ready.
This is in the training room,
Yes.
so we need training wheels?
We're not coming back here, right?